Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. Your Excellency, Allah Akbar. Thank you very much. Please be seated. We welcome His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, to the third National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in the Public Sector. We had introduced some dignitaries before, but some ministers came in with the President. We have the Minister for Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. Abubakar Malami, SAN. We have the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Alhaji Muhammad Bello. We also have the Head of Service of the Federation, Chief Mrs. Folashade Son. You're welcome. Your Excellency, sir, we are gathered again to discuss corruption and to celebrate some distinguished public servants who have distinguished themselves and are today going to be conferred with the Public Service Integrity Award. To situate this program in proper perspective and welcome us to this occasion proper, we have one of the co-hosts. This program is hosted by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission. So permit me to call on the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, to welcome us. Mr. Mustafa, sir.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, the representative of the President of the Senate, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Ministers, the Chief of Staff to the President, the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, my co-host, the Chairman of ICPC, permanent secretaries here gathered, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. I'm always humbled and delighted to welcome Mr. President to any event, especially such that deal with anti-corruption, a subject so close to His Excellency's heart, and for which Mr. President's passion and commitment is providing the propelling force to drive this menace out of our country. In spite of the unrelenting pushback from beneficiaries of corruption, Mr. President's support and guidance had always provided the needed impetus. I thank you, Your Excellency, for the strategic leadership you provide in the fight against corruption. As I welcome all of us to the third National Anti-Corruption Summit, I want to use this opportunity to commend all the anti-corruption agencies for the progress being made in this very necessary campaign that will see Nigeria having more resources which would have hitherto been unscrupulously diverted to tackle our development challenges. Permit me to particularly commend the ICPC and its management for its foresight in introducing and consistently convening the National Anti-Corruption Summit since 2019. Its alignment with one of the 9 priority areas of President Muhammadu Buhari's 9-point governance roadmap, that is fighting corruption and improving governance, provides a necessary condition for effective and efficient utilization of resources that are becoming more scarce as our population grows and demands to satisfy this growing population equally expands. Today's event, with the theme Corruption and the Cost of Governance, New Imperatives for Fiscal Transparency, is meant to appropriately refocus all arms of government and their agencies on the need for more openness in the use of financial resources to purposes for which they are meant to reduce the cost of governance, which we have been shown to be a major facilitator of corruption. Your Excellencies, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is incontrovertible to say that the dual objectives of this summit, self-assessment as a government and the Public Service Integrity Award, was designed to strengthen the fight against corruption and encourage citizens, especially youths, to imbibe the principles of integrity, selflessness, and accountability. Recognizing and giving persons of integrity awards by no less a person than a president locally and globally recognized as one who personifies integrity is no doubt a life-changing experience to the awardees and Nigerian youths watching the program, as they would know that this administration recognizes and rewards integrity, and that integrity pays. In line with the theme of today's summit, I speak on the role of the executive arm of government to lead, as it has been doing, the constant quest for improving costs of governance by ceaselessly reinventing itself. This is imperative because we are dealing with systemic corruption, and this implies that corruption has permeated the fabric of society, including governance. Thus, the institutionalization of corrupt practices in the machinery of governance must be ruthlessly rooted out. Systemic corruption prevents government from maximizing its potential of providing good governance for the people with available little resources, especially at this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is ravaging the world and also disrupting economic activities. Government is highly worried that about 60% of federal government's overhead expenditure in 3 years, between 2012 to 2014, was spent on travels, maintenance, local and international training, welfare, office stationery, consumables, honoraria, etc. Recent data from the Budget Office indicates that the actual MDA's recurrent spending is still on the rise, from 3.61 trillion in 2015 to 5.26 trillion in 2018 and 7.91 trillion in 2020. President Muhammad Buhari's administration has therefore been unrelenting in making sure that our little resources will no longer be budgeted and or used for frivolities, hidden in fake projects, unnecessary travel, wasteful overhead costs, meaningless capital projects that do not improve the lives of the people, and remuneration for ghost workers. We also remain focused on getting back our resources that have found their ways into the private pocket of those who fraudulently orchestrate the budget processes for their selfish desires. As a government, our concerns have always been and would always be continuously reflect and take measures to mitigate the negative consequences of unrestrained cost of governance. It is increasingly becoming public knowledge that our anti-corruption agencies, especially the ICPC, are doing a lot in the area of prevention and also recovery of diverted or stolen public funds, building the capacity of MDAs to resist corrupt practices, promoting ethical values through the National Ethics and Integrity Policy of Government. Some of the capacity building measures include system study and review of operations of MDAs, corrupt risk assessment or corruption risk assessment, and the establishment of anti-corruption monitoring units in all MDAs. Recoveries of public funds in recent years have no doubt demonstrated the strong resolve of government to stem financial hemorrhage and promote initiatives towards curbing illicit financial flows. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree that this administration has so far demonstrated and still continues to demonstrate its determination to fight corruption and remove governance and improve governance, no matter what it takes. And howsoever corruption fights back with the stolen resources at its disposal. I wish to once again congratulate the ICPC for its result-oriented, technology-driven, law and order and prevention-based initiatives in the fight against corruption. We must do all we can to eliminate corruption from governance and strengthen fiscal transparency rather than focus on the pursuing the money after it has taken flight. I must not fail to congratulate the integrity awardees of this year. Presidential recognition by President Muhammadu Buhari, a global icon of integrity, is a one-time, lifetime opportunity that you and your families will cherish forever. Finally, I would like to urge all members of the public to support the anti-corruption agencies in their fight against graft, because the fight against corruption is a collective responsibility for all of us, irrespective of the status and the offices we occupy. If we do not fight corruption and kill it, like the president would always say, corruption will kill our country. I thank you for your kind attention, and I welcome you to this session. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to call on the Chairman of the ICPC, Professor Bolaji Owasonye, SAN, as he gives us his speech. Professor Owasonye, sir.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, Senate President, ably represented, my Lord the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Mohammed Tanko, the SGF, Honorable Ministers, the Head of Service, Ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, let me start by thanking you for permitting an environment that enables the ICPC and other anti-corruption institutions to function, despite stiff systemic opposition and permissible cultural disposition to the status quo. I also want to thank Your Excellency for creating time out of your crowded official schedule to identify with this annual anti-corruption summit as a testimony to your own determination to confront corruption as one of the biggest factors hindering development in the 21st century. ICPC is committed to supporting the programs and the projects of government, one of which is restraining the spiraling cost of governance. This is why the theme of this summit is corruption and the cost of governance, new imperatives for fiscal transparency. Your Excellency has publicly acknowledged a number of times that your government inherited a number of challenges since 2015, when you assumed office, including but not limited to an empty purse and the lack of savings when the economy boomed. A major aspect was the astronomical cost of governance at the federal and subnational levels. This has continued to reflect in the huge wage bill on personnel and operational costs, standing at about 70% of the annual budget. Your Excellency, sir, a major push factor on the high cost of governance and rising personnel budget is illegal recruitment, illegal and unilateral increase in wages and remuneration by some MDAs, indiscriminate local and international travels, unreasonable demands by some political appointee board members of MDAs without regard for extant circulars on cost management, prevalence of procurement fraud, budget padding, etc. ICPC investigation of some cases of illegal recruitment, for example, forwarded to us by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, has so far implicated the Ministry of Labor and the University College Hospital Ibadan, and a number of corrupt staff of other MDAs at a lower level. This abuse of power is consummated with complicity of compromised elements in IPs. These cases are currently under investigation. At another level, a syndicate of corrupt individuals within the service corruptly employ unsuspecting Nigerians, issue them fake letters of employment, fraudulently enroll them on IPs, and post them to equally unsuspecting MDAs to commence work. ICPC is prosecuting one of the leaders of the syndicate, from whose custody we retrieved several fake letters of recommendation purportedly signed by the Chief of Staff to the President, some signed by ministers, Civil Service Commission, and other high-ranking Nigerians. Your Excellency, sir, the third phase of ICPC's project tracking covered 1,083 projects across the entire country, with the exception of Borno and Zamfara states due to security challenges. The exercise verified the implementation of executive and zonal intervention projects of legislators. We have so far initiated enforcement actions against 67 contractors and forced them back to site and ensured the completion of 966 projects worth 310 billion, some of which were hitherto abandoned. Our findings indicate that the same malady of corruption afflicts executive as well as zonal intervention projects, thus undermining government's projections, escalating the cost of governance, and denying Nigeria value for money. This malady includes poor needs assessment that disconnects projects from their beneficiaries, the false certification of uncompleted projects as completed, the deliberate underperformance of contracts, the incessant criminal diversion and conversion of public property by civil servants, to name just a few. Other challenges relate to duplication of projects in the budget. ICPC review of the 2021 budget found that 257 projects amounting to 20.138 billion were duplicated, leading us to submit an advisory to the Honorable Minister of Finance, which was promptly actioned by the Minister to prevent abuse. Your Excellency, sir, a number of MDAs have mini civil wars going on between the board and the management, and sometimes within the board. These squabbles revolve around abuse of power, which is prohibited by ICPC Act, and the unreasonable demands by some board members for privileges that are contrary to extant circulars and the laws, and government's resolve to minimize the cost of governance. ICPC's Ethics Compliance Scorecard of MDAs for 2021 shows that only 34.6% of the 360 MDAs assessed scored above average in management culture and structure. This poor finding is not unrelated to unstable boards that are unable to effectively oversight their institutions. Your Excellency, sir, let me commend government's posture against illicit financial flows that drains resources from the nation. The time to further block leakages is now, that government revenues are dwindling and practically threatened. ICPC is contributing to government's efforts by its illicit financial flows focus project that has resulted in a major advisory to government with recommendations including the prohibition of confidentiality clauses because they facilitate fraud and money laundering, the prevention of tax evasion, the prohibition of illegal tax waivers, and all practices that undermine government revenue projections. The IFF Interagency Committee, which is hosted by ICPC, has organized a number of capacity building programs for civil servants on how to avoid fraud and IFF-prone agreements. On these notes, sir, we want to advise that government should invest more in prevention and behavior change strategies alongside law and order measures to fight corruption. This is important if we are to maximize the gains of prevention and the wisdom that prevention is better than cure. ICPC, in collaboration with development partners, most notably the Ford Foundation for the IFF project and MacArthur Foundation for the Behavior Change project, is putting more attention to these areas in the months ahead. Your Excellency, sir, I am happy to introduce to Mr. President the winners of the 2021 ICPC Public Service Integrity Awards. They are Mr. Mohammed Chukwu Ahmad of NDLEA and Mr. Nelson Oji Okoronkwo of the Federal Ministry of Information. Their profiles are contained in the program. I will not read it in order not to waste time. Significantly, sir, is that included in this year's award is Mr. Ike Steve Nweke, a young Nigerian student in Japan, who has been appointed ICPC Citizen Anti-Corruption Volunteer Group Icon for his exemplary act of integrity of finding and returning intact a wallet containing substantial sums of money despite his own impecunious state as a student in faraway Japan. Mr. Nweke is with us virtually today, and his picture was just shown on the screen. Mr. Nweke, can you wave to Mr. President from where you are? Thank you. Also listed in the program are 4 distinguished public servants who will be getting certificates of award to be given by their agencies for their exemplary acts of integrity as well. Let me end this address by expressing our gratitude to the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation for its support and constancy. We are grateful, sir, for the support that you have given to the hosting of these summits every year. Your Excellency, Mr. President, I wish to close by acknowledging and thanking you on behalf of the board, the management, and the entire staff of ICPC for your encouragement, your support, your motivation, and your leadership, for providing the much-needed political will that is required for any anti-corruption initiative to succeed. On our part, we pledge to continue to do our best in the interest of the nation and in line with our statutory mandate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the ICPC, Professor Bolaji Owasonye, SAN. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed, as he comes to talk to us on the cost of governance and new imperatives for the judiciary in 5 minutes. Chief Justice, sir. Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Your Excellency, the Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, honorable ministers here present, heads of courts here present, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely appreciate and commend the efforts of the management and staff of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, for the bold initiative of bringing us together on a yearly basis to rub minds on the milestones so far achieved for the various stakeholders of the Nigerian project in the fight against corruption and other vices in the country. The leadership of the Commission, particularly the chairman, Professor Bolaji Owasonye, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has been upbeat in giving the country a clean slate in all matters relating to corruption. The 3 arms of government, from all indications, are working assiduously to reduce the menace of corruption to the barest minimum. The rating of the country on the Corruption Perception Index by the Global Anti-Corruption Agency, Transparency International, though gradually improving, is still not something to cheer about. More work is required, and concerted efforts need to be injected to lift us up to the desired pedestal. Your topic, cost of governance, new imperative for the judiciary, is very apt and strategic in view of the perception of the country vis-à-vis its various institutions and agencies by the international community and even the citizens of Nigeria. Your Excellency, distinguished participants, I make bold to say here that the Nigerian judiciary has been in the forefront in the fight against graft. We have put in place a robust mechanism of introspecting periodically to do a self-assessment to see those areas where corruption could surreptitiously creep into the system and quickly nip it in the bud from the outset. The Nigerian Judicial Council, the National Judicial Council, has been carrying out regular disciplinary actions against erring judicial officers to effectively tame the monster within the system. It is not a hidden fact that for any nation to prosper and make meaningful progress, the judiciary must be firm, independent, and insulated from any extraneous interference and orchestrated influence, either monetarily or otherwise. Worried by the delays associated with the trial of criminal cases by our courts, particularly those relating to corruption and financial crimes, we decided to set up the Corruption and Financial Crime Cases Monitoring Committee, what we call COTRIMCO, in 2018. With Honorable Justice Suleiman Galadima, a retired Justice of the Supreme Court, as chairman. The sole aim of this committee is to fast-track the trial of corruption and financial-related crimes in the country, and it has since been working assiduously with various heads of courts to bring about a significant rise in the dispensation of corruption and financial crime cases in the country. Even within the whole of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic virtually had the better part of 2021, a total number of 746 corruption cases were dispensed with. Similarly, the number of forfeited non-cash recoveries made include 51 automobiles, 16 real estates, 11 barge or tugboats, and 2 schools. Between 2nd of January and 4th of November 2021, a total number of 1,144 suspects convicted of various corruption and financial crimes, while the number of non-cash forfeited assets has also risen to include 8 aircrafts, 7 filling stations, 48 real estates, and 149 vehicles, among others. Similarly, various cash forfeiture were made in hundreds of millions of naira. We shall not rest on our oars until every trace of corruption and undue exercise of influence negatively secure unmerited advantage over others is stamped out of our climb. It is my fervent belief that if all of us work in harmony with one voice and renewed determination, corruption and allied cases will certainly be on their way out of our beloved country, and our voice shall once again be loudly heard and respected among the Committee of Nations. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. long live our amiable President, Muhammadu Buhari. Long live the Nigerian judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to represent the Senate President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawal, we have distinguished Senator Michael Nachi, who will be talking to us on the cost of governance and new imperatives for the Senate. Distinguished Senator Nachi, sir.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Ministers, Heads of Service, and distinguished guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my address, I sincerely want to apologize on behalf of the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that is not here today in person. It is as a result that as I'm speaking now, he is also carrying out a function that is representing Nigeria. That is the ECOWAS 2021 second section. It's just going on now, and he sent his apologies to Your Excellency. So, Your Excellency, the Chief Judge, and Honorable Ministers, our own in the Senate is just simple. And it's simple because we've been working with other arms of government. I read the address, the goodwill message by the President of the Senate, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, PhD, CON, at the third National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in Public Sector, which is holding here. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this year's National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in the Public Sector, which has as theme corruption and cost of governance, new imperatives for fiscal transparency. I wish to commend the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, for bringing stakeholders together for the third year running to provide solutions to address the menace of corruption in the public sector. I also wish to applaud the chairman and board of the ICPC for sustaining the fight against corruption and coming up with innovative initiatives to support the anti-corruption programs of this administration. We cannot divorce corruption from high costs of governance. It has been observed that weaknesses in public institutions and agencies of government are often attributed to corruption practices and other vices. Diminishing corruption in the public sector is therefore crucial to the delivery of government programs and services to meet the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, check insecurity and ensure transformation. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Ninth National Assembly remains committed to the fight against corruption. We will continue to partner and work assiduously with the executive through the passage of crucial legislations to eradicate corruption in all segments and sectors of the country. Part of our recent contributions are passage of the Companies and Allied Matters Act, CABA, 2020, which requires beneficial owner disclosure, global regarded as crucial in the fight against corruption, and the Petroleum Industrial Act to promote transparency and accountability in the oil and gas sector. The National Assembly has also passed the necessary legislations that created all anti-corruption implementing agencies, ICPC, EFCC, NFIU, and also the Money Laundering Prohibition Act, Public Procurement Act, Extractive Industry Act, and the Production Sharing Contract Amendment Act 2020. We are currently considering bills that speak to Nigeria's fulfillment of its international commitment, particularly provision of Articles 5 and 7 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNICAC, which will address issues of proceeds of crimes, access for future and management, witness protection framework, and creation of public interest disclosure and complaint commission. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the enormous loss of revenue through illicit financial flows is concerning. Withholding and non-remittance of revenue generated by sub-ministries, departments, and agencies into the Treasury have also diminished resources available for developmental projects, leading to domestic and foreign borrowings by the government to address critical developmental and infrastructural deficits. While revenue has been reducing, the cost of governance has continued to grow. Similarly, there are leakages of money that could have easily been available for national development. While we appeal to the governments of destination countries to support the efforts of the current administration and the African continent in the repatriation of looted and illicit funds on our part at the National Assembly, we will continue to reinvigorate measures and pass laws that will strengthen the fight against corruption and limit illicit financial flows. I wish to also reiterate that we will not shy away from our constitutional responsibility of oversighting MDS, including monitoring of implementation of loans approved by the National Assembly. We will also monitor personnel and capital expenditure of MDS with a view to curtailing wasteful expenditure towards reducing the cost of governance. The National Assembly is conscious of the financial constraint of the country and has not increased its budget for the past 3 years. This is our own sacrifice to reduce the cost of governance in the country. Your Excellencies, I would like to re-emphasize the need to diversify sources of funds of our programs and projects. We need to encourage and promote more private sector participation in developing some of our fiscal infrastructures. The government should continue to explore the public-private partnership, build, operate, transfer, BOT, and many other funding options. This is with view to reducing our dependence on oil revenue. The National Assembly remains committed to the aspiration of a corrupt-free and indivisible Nigeria. We therefore remain focused on this altruistic and patriotic path in order to continue to provide pro-people and life-improving legislative interventions throughout our legislative mandate. Once more, I commend the ICPC for organizing this summit. We look forward to the outcome of this summit. I wish us fruitful deliberation. Thank you all, and remain blessed.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Michael Nachi, representing the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Ahmed Lawal. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to call on our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Samshuna Ahmed, as she comes to talk to us on corruption and cost of governance, new imperatives for fiscal transparency. Honorable Minister, ma.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, the representative of the Senate President, the Chief Justice of the Federation, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chief of Staff, the Ministers of Justice and FCT, the Chairman of ICPC, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Agencies, Development Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be here today to be part of the third National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in the Public Sector that has been put together by the ICPC. And I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the ICPC for their consistent organization of such summits and also for the work that they've been doing in reducing corruption in our country. I also need to restate that corruption and the cost of governance, new imperative for fiscal transparency, is profoundly a relevant and timely topic as we continue to navigate the issues of corruption in our country. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to just ask a rhetorical question. What is corruption? Corruption has been defined in numerous ways and can be understood as the use of a position of trust for dishonest and oftentimes personal gain. Several definitions for corruption are acceptable, including the distinction between petty corruption, which includes specific acts of abuse of power by individuals or groups of people for personal and sectional gain, and also grand corruption. Public sector corruption is dishonest behavior by those in positions of authority, such as managers or government officials. Corruption also includes giving or accepting bribes or inappropriate gifts, double dealing, under the table transactions, manipulation of elections, diverting funds and laundering money, as well as defrauding investors. Corruption is multifaceted and comes in various dimensions and manners, which range from electoral corruption, bureaucratic corruption, judicial corruption, economic corruption, political corruption, and moral corruption. It is also undisputable fact that the issues of corruption in Nigeria have become endemic and pervasive over the years, costing the country trillions of naira that will have been channeled into economic development. Corruption is a hydra-headed monster which festers on every facet of our national economy and national life, and if left unattended, has the ability to cripple any viable economy. Nigeria has had its fair share of devastating impacts of corruption, and that explains the reason why from the inception of this administration, President Muhammadu Buhari had placed special emphasis on the fight against corruption. Corruption remains a pressing issue as it affects public finances, it affects investments and the standards of living of our people. Corruption also leads to low governance effectiveness as a result of the inefficient government expenditure and leakages. It leads to weak support for foreign direct investments. It also makes it difficult for investors to predict and make good business decisions under an economy that is burdened with corruption. Poverty and unemployment of our youth population are tragic consequences of corrupt practices since the resources that will have been plowed back into social economic development are diverted to private use. This scenario poses a grave danger to any economy because an idle hand is indeed the devil's workshop. This administration has done a lot in terms of the fight against corruption. The effort of this administration to tackle corruption have been focused on a number of measures that include, one, implementing good governance measures and ramping up indictments, including the high-profile cases that have been prosecuted recently. This government also has worked continuously in diminishing corruption in Nigeria. So far, the government has pushed for a corruption-free country at various ends, including the successes that have been recorded in the conduct of audits of key federal revenue-generating agencies under the approval and the watchful eyes of His Excellency the President. This has led to the recovery of huge sums of money that were previously not remitted to the Federation. This administration has also signed agreements and memorandums of understanding with various countries to boost international cooperation for the investigation, tracking, freezing, and return of stolen assets, including the Executive Order Number 8 on Voluntary Assets Regulation and Scheme, the VOAS. Mr. President also approved the setting up of the Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit, PICA, which sits in our ministry. PICA has been introduced to strengthen the controls over government finances through continuous internal audit processes across all MDAs, including on the payroll. We've also been working at implementing budget reforms, which now ensure that all budgets of government agencies are prepared in line with International Public Financial Accounting Standard, the IPSAS. The Ministry of Finance also has the Efficiency Unit, which was created to review all government expenditure overhead. The efforts of this unit has brought some reduction in wastages and also ensured quantifiable savings in the process for the country. Still, in a bid to explore all constitutional avenues to diminish corruption, this administration in 2016 attended and participated in the International Anti-Corruption Summit organized by the Government of the United Kingdom in 2016. At that conference, His Excellency the President made a commitment for Nigeria to join the Open Governance Partnership and also to establish, to direct the establishment of a public register that has a record of beneficial ownership of all owners of businesses in Nigeria. And this has been completed now with the setting up with the revision of CAMA and the setting up of the register by the Corporate Affairs Commission. Also, the introduction of the whistleblower policy in the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning has achieved some level of success. In the first 2 years of the operation, we've recorded some recoveries, $160 million and 8 billion naira, respectively. Anti-corruption is synonymous with good governance. So good governance and the fight against corruption is vital for sustainable development. The administration of President Muhammadu Buhari has demonstrated strong commitment to sustainable development and good governance and the fight against corruption, not only through global commitments and statements by His Excellency, but also through the allocation of financial resources. The security and anti-corruption agencies are prioritized in the allocation of our limited resources, as can be exemplified by the 18% size of allocation to the security and anti-corruption agencies in the 2021 supplementary budget. And several initiatives to promote good governance are funded through the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, in support, in some cases, from development partners. For the rest of this discussion, I would like to focus on some key governance and anti-corruption initiatives spearheaded by the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning and its agencies. And I'd like to begin with the Treasury Single Account. The TSA is a unified structure of government bank accounts which enables consolidation and optimal utilization of government resources It gives the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning oversight of all government cash flows, as well as enhances our improvement of budgetary control. I will also now move quickly to the Government Integrated Financial Management System, the GIFMIS, which is an IT-based platform that is used for budget preparation, management, implementation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. It also serves as the accounting platform for public financial management. It has the capacity to cover the entire financial cycle, end-to-end, and also additional modules are still being implemented. We also have in the ministry the Project Lighthouse. The Project Lighthouse is a data-driven artificial intelligence engine that provides the ministry with an intelligence and profiling platform to aid in policy formulation, implementation, as well as impact assessment. It helps us to identify non-compliant taxpayers by the triangulation of big data that is housed in Project Lighthouse. The Tax Pro is the next one, implemented by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, as part of its efforts at modernizing tax administration. We've introduced Tax Pro, and it's an online platform to ease tax administration and enhance tax compliance. The e-Customs is a project that is designed to fully automate and administer processes of the Nigerian Customs Service by introducing innovative measures that eliminate paper-based functions. Its implementation will enhance accurate tax and duties collection for government and facilitate the transfer of goods and services and shipments across using ultra-modern clearance processes. The Open Governance Partnership, the OGP, is an international multi-stakeholder initiative that is focused on improving transparency, accountability, citizens' participation, government responsiveness to citizens through technology and innovation. Since joining the partnership, Nigeria has made significant progress, and we are currently on our second national action plan. We also have in the Treasury the Open Treasury Portal. In December 2019, the ministry launched the Open Treasury Portal, and this portal is a platform that is aimed at enhancing the accountability by government and tracking federal government spending through the publishing of monthly accounts, as well as daily treasury and payment reports. This is a tool that the citizen can use to visit this website, select any government expenditure, and track its performance right down to the MDA level. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to fight corruption, we have to continue to adopt an all-of-government approach, and all hands must be on deck. The constraints that have been imposed by corruption, insecurity, and misgovernance on sustainable development are multifaceted and requires all hands on deck. The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning continues to play a critical role on ensuring funding requirement for MDAs that are involved in achieving this objective, including and especially the anti-corruption agencies as well as the security agencies. So although good governance and security and the fight against corruption are instrumental to sustainable development, I like to believe that there's a causality that also runs in the other direction with growth and economic development, creating a safe and secure environment where all Nigerians can pursue their livelihoods. The most recent GDP data, which reports real GDP of 5.01% in the second quarter of 2021 and 4.03% in the third quarter of 2021, are very encouraging news, as it indicates that the fight against corruption is yielding results, that the Nigerian economy is solidly on the path of recovery, and it is important for us to note that much of this growth is driven by the expansion of revenues from the non-oil sector. We recognize that there is still much to be done, and will continue to work closely with all relevant stakeholders to ensure an environment conducive to sustainable development. And a few recommendations are in order at this time. Any national effort at curbing corruption must be holistic and inclusive. It requires active participation of not only the federal government, but also the parliament and the judiciary, but also state and local government, as well as the private sector. The rule of law and the adoption of the right legal framework and the necessary legislation as are all predictable and required for the implementation of anti-corruption to succeed. The war against corruption is a continuous one. There's the need for the executive to strengthen the existing agencies fighting corruption, such as the ICPC, the EFCC, and the NFIU, and a few others. These agencies should be supported even more to adopt innovative methods of preventing officials from stealing public funds through the deployment of IT information technology. There should be judicial reforms as well that are aimed at improving the capacity of the judiciary to speed up the dispensation of justice as far as corruption cases are concerned. If possible, special courts and expedited trials can be introduced or adopted for corrupt cases. We must design our justice sector to meet our peculiar challenges and the ever-changing phase of the corruption itself. There's also the need to embark on increased tempo on reorientation amongst Nigerians to change our attitude and our psychology as a people towards corruption. In conclusion, without controversy, Nigeria has suffered under the burden of corruption, with such negative impacts such as infrastructure deficits, whether it is good roads or inadequate electricity or pipe-borne water, institutional decay as well as moral decadence. Combating corruption in public service is key to Nigeria's continuous relevance in the global stage and sustainability in our efforts towards becoming a developed nation. We cannot and must not relent in the fight against corruption. I also want to say that the ICPC is set and continues to, as it is set, to continue to deliver on its mandate and to rise to the evolving challenge in our public institutions, that we will be standing by to continue to support you. We recognize that there is still much to do, and we'll continue to work closely with all relevant stakeholders to ensure an environment that is conducive to sustainable development. I want to thank you all for your kind attention. Good morning.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Budget, and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Samsuna Ahmed. Thank you, and God bless you. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a point where we must make some introductions. Your Excellency, permit me to present to you and read their citations. Three distinguished Nigerians, two physically present here. The other one will join us. He's already online. We have, please, when I call you, sir, you come, sir. The awardees, when I call you, you come this way. Here. Mr. Nelson Oji Okoronkwo, this way, sir. Kindly face Mr. President. Mr. President, sir, Mr. Nelson Oji Okoronkwo is the Deputy Director, Legal, in the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. Why has he been chosen for this award? As a committee member on the Fertilizer Distribution and Racketeering Committee that led to the recovery of billions of naira from racketeers with collaborators within the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, he discharged his responsibility effectively, leading to this recovery. Also, as a member of the Investigation Committee on Superphosphate Fertilizer Company, Kaduna, his contribution led to the refund of billions of naira. Also, as committee chairman on illegal recruitment, his contribution led to the detection and removal of over 3,000 fake employees from the service, thereby saving the government millions of naira in terms of salaries and emoluments. This occurred in the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. He also reported corrupt practices that led to the Ogoni cleanup investigation in the Federal Ministry of Environment. He has received several awards and commendations for his act of integrity. He is being recognized today for his consistent acts of integrity in the different ministry where he has served. May I also call on Mr. Mohammed Tukur Ahmed to come this way. Mr. Mohammed Tukur Ahmed, an assistant commander of narcotics with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. The officer over the years demonstrated the highest ideals and stands of public service in the discharge of his responsibility. He was a recipient of the Chairman Chief Executive's Award for Outstanding Performance and Integrity on the 31st of May 2021. Recently, he recovered and declared to the agency the sum of $24,500 offered to him as bribe by a drug baron to compromise an investigation of 27.950 kilograms of cocaine worth billions of naira. Your Excellency, sir, I present to you Mohammed Tukur Ahmed. Permit me to call on the chairman of the ICPC, Your Excellency, okay. Thank you, sir. We have, congratulations. Mohammed Tukur Ahmed now, sir. Your Excellency, sir, we also present to you virtually Mr. Ikenna Steve Nweke, a PhD student from Imo State, studying in Japan. Mr. Ikenna found a wallet containing a very large sum of money and other valuables and returned this to the Japanese police. Furthermore, he declined 10% of the money he found when a reward was offered to him. He is being recognized as his act of honesty and integrity has reaffirmed the fact that Nigerians are good people. I present to you virtually Mr. Ikenna Steve Nweke. Thank you very much. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to welcome the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, as he addresses us on the occasion of the 3rd National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in the Public Sector. Mr. President.
Please sit down. Thank you. The President of the Senate, ably represented, the Chief Justice of the Federation, members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the Judiciary, chairmen and board members of ICPC, senior government officials, development partners, and civil society organizations, distinguished awardees, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is well known that Nigeria has immense potential, but her potential has been handicapped by corruption and imbalanced economy and insecurity. Since 2015, the focus of this administration has been on security, economy, and fight against corruption. We recognized early in our administration that good governance is a solution to fulfilling our potential. Our first plan to entrench good governance and accountable management of government resources was a strategic implementation plan for the 2016 budget. This plan focused on attending to problems of dwindling revenues following the massive reduction in the global price of crude oil and the attendant negative impact on national revenue projections. This massive reduction in government revenue contrasted with the bumper years of 2011 to 2015. We followed up the 2016 fiscal strategy intervention paper with a medium-term framework captured in the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan 2017 to 2020, which was designed to stimulate economic growth and advance the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. To maintain consistency, the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan was supplemented by policy documents such as the Delivering on Government's Priorities 2019 to 2023, which set performance target for MDAs. About 1 month ago, I approved a ministerial retreat that reviewed the performance of ministers and directed closure of performance gaps in all critical sectors of governance. The Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, due to expire in December 2021, has been succeeded by the 5-year National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. This new development plan revolves around key concepts, namely infrastructure, public administration, human capital development, social development, and regional development. The theme of ICPC's third National Summit on diminishing corruption in the public sector focuses on the cost of governance. The government's vision for good governance, first in the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan and now in the National Development Plan, includes fighting corruption in the public and private sectors, to improve transparency in the use of public resources, reinforcement of security by fighting terrorism and insecurity, reforming the public service by reducing the cost of governance and raising productivity across all federal government agencies, particularly the public procurement system. Reform will be intensified to ensure value for money in the procurement process and strengthening subnational coordination. I signed and assented to the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020. This act has introduced a beneficial ownership disclosure scheme for the first time in company ownership in Nigeria. This has the potential to prevent corrupt persons from hiding ill-gotten wealth behind the veil of companies. It is also a tool to assist anti-corruption agencies in the difficult task of investigating cases where public officers use their companies to bid for government contracts or to hide assets. Under my watch, Nigeria joined the Open Government Partnership in 2016 and has taken sustained measures to improve the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Following the full implementation of several resources-saving and anti-corruption measures such as the Treasury single account to ensure that all government revenue is held by the Central Bank of Nigeria, and retain prevention measures to promote transparency and minimize laundering of the proceeds of crimes, we need to intensify cost-saving measures. I have to digress a bit here. When we came, we found out some institutions, some say companies, they may have as many as 100 accounts. How can the Auditor General or Accountant General trace them? But we introduced Treasury single account so that all revenues will be followed and they will be directed to Treasury single account. From there to wherever the allocation may go. So this is a very positive way of making sure that all revenues can be traced to Treasury single account and therefore be accounted for. Frameworks such as Government Integrated Financial Management Information System, Integrated Personal and Payroll Information System, Bank Verification Number, Mandatory National Identity Number must all be integrated and deployed to fight corruption and manage the cost of governance. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, NNPC is operating as a business due to the recently passed Petroleum Industry Act. These accords with global best practices. Other major reforms and transparency initiatives in the oil industry introduced by Petroleum Industry Act, which I signed into law this year, will ensure sustainability and ensure that Nigeria meets a core obligation under the Extractive Industrial Transparency Initiative. I am also confident that host communities will benefit more from the PIA than the old framework, which allowed a few individuals to enrich themselves at the expense of their communities. The rising cost of governance at the federal, state, and local government levels is of serious concern. It has been attributed to many factors, not the least of which is that our federal system of government lays down the number of ministers for the federal cabinet. That number may rise if new states are created, with all the implications for further pressure on government's resources. Ministers must have aids with further consequent costs on government purse. The Constitution also prescribes the composition of the National Assembly and the judiciary. With judiciary, there are useful recommendations to improve the number, infrastructure, and funding. These are worthy consideration, but with potential for increasing cost in governance. Over the years, government has created many departments and agencies with the aim of achieving the socio-economic objectives prescribed by the Constitution. The unintended consequences of the creation of new MDAs is widening workforce, duplication of roles, and bureaucracy with the attendant increase in cost of governance. Reforms are needed, but every reform has inherent costs and pains. Government will strike a balance to maintain social equilibrium, mitigate the pains of reforms, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. Nonetheless, those who illegally bring in personnel into the public workforce by illegal recruitment, those who paid their personal payroll, those who retain ghost workers must be and will be severely punished. The coronavirus pandemic has created a strain on resources globally. Nigeria has felt the impact more than some other countries because of our dependency on oil for much of our revenue. This government unprecedentedly managed to exit 2 recessions within 6 years, the most recent being the coronavirus pandemic-induced recession through prudent management of our very lean resources. While we need to look critically at cost of governance, we cannot ignore critical investment in infrastructure and other investments that will enhance growth, development, and security. We reduce the cost of governance by maintaining our promise to complete abandoned or ongoing projects commenced by previous administration and have ensured that MDAs do not put forward new capital projects at the expense of ongoing projects. Government has, however, noted from the activities of the ICPC that some MDAs have devised the fraudulent practice of presenting new projects as ongoing projects. Necessary action and sanctions will continue against the heads of such errant MDAs. I am confident that ICPC will continue to maintain the vigilance required of her by the ICPC Act in this regard. The summit is auspicious because it reminds us of the negative impacts of unnecessary cost of governance and offers an opportunity for critical stakeholders to offer suggestions on ways to further reduce the cost of governance and promote transparency and accountability in government expenditure. I am delighted that the legislative and judicial arms of government are also under focus on managing the cost of governance because government is a collective and is not the business of the executive branch alone. On the 19th of August 2020, the Federal Executive Council adopted the National Ethics and Integrity Policy, which I launched on 25th of September 2020. I am delighted that some public officers continue not only to demonstrate the core values of ethics, integrity, and patriotism, but have been identified for their sterling anti-corruption disposition in their workplace. Just like I did in 2019 and 2020, I am pleased to recognize and to present the 2021 Public Service Integrity Award to Mahmoud Tukur Ahmed, Assistant Commander of Narcotics, NDLEA, for being a man of integrity and worthy fighter against narcotics, and Mr. Nelson Oji Okoronko of the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture for consistent display of integrity. I am also happy to note the ICPC Special Award to Ikenna Stephen Weke, a Nigerian PhD student from Imo State studying in Japan. He has done Nigeria proud in faraway Japan by displaying traditional Nigerian values of honesty and integrity, and returning a wallet containing a large sum of money and other valuables to the police. He also declined 10% of the money found as reward offered to him. I joined the ICPC in declaring him ICPC Citizen Anti-Corruption Volunteer Group icon. He is indeed an icon and a beacon for our youth. I also congratulate all those to be awarded the ICPC Certificate of Integrity through their agencies. Government looks forward to the outcome statement of this summit and further measures to rein in rising costs of governance. I am pleased to declare the summit open as I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
We have come to the end of the first session. The second session will start very soon. Let's just take a few minutes to stretch our legs and then return to our seats, where Mr. Ikenna Ofora, Obinna Ofora, sorry, I just talked about Ikenna now and I wanted to change your name, sorry. Where Mr. Obinna Ofora will compare the second session. Let us stretch our legs and please return to our seats. Thank you.
sectors. The policy was approved by the Federal Executive Council on 19 August 2020 and launched by President Muhammadu Buhari on 28 September 2020 during the second National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in the Public Sector.
The National Ethics and Integrity Policy Projects, government's aspirations faith, and consideration for one another, irrespective of status or background. We must all join hands together to fight corruption and return to our traditional values of honesty and integrity.
The policy places an obligation on all Nigerians and everyone who dwells within the borders of Nigeria or who relate to the country to uphold the core values of human dignity, voice and participation, patriotism, and professionalism. Immediately after the approval of the policy, the Commission, working with its partners, simplified the policy to make it easy to understand and translated it into 3 major languages and Pidgin English. A work plan and consequence management template was also developed to guide the implementation of the policy and bring it to the doorsteps of every Nigerian. Furthermore, roundtables were held in Lagos and Abuja to sensitize the media on the policy. Another major program was the sensitization of first-class chiefs and emirs in Nigeria, who make up the National Council of Traditional Rulers in Nigeria during their 12th General Assembly on March 29, 2021.
The main objectives of the policy, the National Ethics and Integrity Policy, include the strengthening of government efforts at positive national transformation and helping the country to reach national development goals as we reframe the meaning of our national purpose and as we save our country from an erosion of ethics and the collapse of values.
Between the 30th of March and 22nd of June 2021, a total of 10 zonal dialogues were held across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, with some zones split into 2 owing to security concerns and distance. Sector-specific sensitizations have been held for the professional associations and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Cumulatively, about 1,500 key stakeholders have been sensitized and educated on the policy. The participants have clearly identified with contents of the policy and have pledged to cascade the message down to their constituents. Efforts are ongoing to continue the engagement with traditional rulers at the state level, just as machineries are being put in place to rejig the participation and practical involvement of the private sector organizations and professional bodies. Public servants are also to be trained at the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria on the policy. The implementation of the NAIP by ICPC, OSGF and NOA is strategic, following the guidelines in the work plan and the consequence management template. Ultimately, the entire country will be covered and transformed by the implementation of the National Ethics and Integrity Policy.
2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. Testing the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. MIC, sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sound check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Two, two, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. MIC, sound check, 1, 2. This- 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sound check 1, 2. Okay. Thank you. Sound check 1, 2. 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 Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sound check 1, 2. 2, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Next. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now please have your audience. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. MIC sound check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can we move? Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Next.
Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please, those of us sitting outside, should please come inside. We're about to start. And we are going to make a little adjustment as far as sitting. We should try as much as possible to move to the white seats. That will help our camera. Please, ladies and gentlemen, try as much as possible to move to the middle where we have the white seats. Please. Those of us sitting outside, the day is already fast spent. We are at the technical session. I'm going to invite the moderator for that session. We all know her. She's one of the reasons we wake up early in the morning to watch television. Please put your hands together for Ms. Maokbe Ogun Yusuf as she comes to this side of the divide.
And there have been many instances, since the start of this administration. But more recently, at least if we're to start from 2020, there have been conversations around how the palliatives meant for COVID were spent, for instance, whether or not it got to everyone who was supposed to receive that. When you look at, for instance, the NSAS protests and the conversations that went on around that, a large part of it was as a result of the deficit of trust. And now we're starting the conversation around subsidy removal, a recurring decimal in our national polity. And again, trust is coming up as to whether or not, if this subsidy is taken away, will it really be used for what government says it will be used for? That's why this conversation is extremely important this morning. And I'm happy that key figures in government, some of whom have been able to record modest successes in trying to reduce the cost of governance and put their money where their mouth is, are seated on this panel. I'm hoping, and I know that we've been given 10 minutes. We've been told that 10 minutes is the initial time for presentation. But can I ask you to indulge me and reduce it, if you can, to maybe about 7 minutes, so we can have time for this to be conversational. I'll ask a few questions, and if there are a few questions here amongst our audience, I think that it will be very useful for us to be able to take those questions on board, because at the end of the day, what I believe the ICPC is trying to do is get suggestions that will move us forward to bridge that gap, that deficit that is lacking between the governed and, I don't want to say governors now, but governors, and I'm using that in a very broad sense. Thank you very much. So let's start with the very first person on our list here. In the order in which they have been introduced, Dr. Bernard Kabweze, I'm going to be starting with you. And I hope that you'll be able to at least set the pace by, reducing the time for your presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. And as we say, Nigeria, all protocols respectfully observed. I've been asked to speak to the topic corruption in governance, recruitment, corruption in government, recruitment, and the cost of governance in Nigeria. I have a deck of slides, but they can run them, but in the interest of time, and especially with the mandate from the moderator, I'm going to skip a lot of the introductory stuff and go straight to some of the key messages. Essentially, okay, for the federal government, okay, actual recurrent spending has risen, you might say sharply, from 3.61 trillion in 2015. By 2018, we were at 5.26 trillion, and by 2020 at 7.91 trillion. Let me note that while this excludes the recurrent spending of the government-owned enterprises, it, however, includes the debt service cost as of September 30 this year, the recurrent expenditure is just under 8 trillion, 7.99 trillion, excluding the recurrent spending of the, of the GOEs. Clearly, if you put this in context, our revenues as of that same end of September, the aggregate revenues of the federal government, retained revenues of the federal government was 4.6 trillion naira, and our recurrent spending was 7.9 trillion naira. Clearly, whenever a business or organization, whatever you call it, isn't able to cover its recurrent spending from its revenues, then it says that that organization or that business is seriously challenged. So in the decade from 2011 to 2020, recurrent expenditure exceeded 75% of actual expenditures of the federal government, averaged over 75%. Personnel cost, by 2020, accounted for about 40% of expenditure, and it's the single largest component of the recurrent expenditure, ranging from 60 to 70% of, of that. And this is despite the fact that in the aftermath of COVID-19 last year, with all of the civil servants below at some point level 14, level 12 asked to sit at home, and who are only just being required to resume tomorrow, and with the suspension of recruitment outside of the health, the defense and security sectors, then we continue to see this growth. As you heard in some of the presentations earlier today, this has partly been contributed to the specter of what we call illegal recruitment, where despite these measures to contain the growth in personnel cost, people have continued to act in contravention. So in 2016, the total personnel cost of the federal government was 1.87 trillion naira. For this year, it will top 4 trillion naira. So it's basically more than doubled. And yes, we have had a wage review, the minimum wage review, but that's only part of the explanation for this significant growth. Again, in consequence of this, you see that between 2020 and 2019 and 2020, we were not able to meet our policy goal of spending at least 30% of the federal budget on capital expenditure. Okay, and so when you look at over the last decade, in terms of MDA capital spending, it's averaged below 2 trillion naira, and that level of expenditure is inadequate to meet our developmental needs. But let me say that yes, while the growth in recurrent spending, and especially personnel cost, is significantly responsible for this, the real underlying cause is that we are generating less revenues. Despite the growth in personnel cost, despite using more people, we are not generating enough revenues. Public revenue, government revenue to GDP ratio is the lowest in the whole world. And I'm talking about the whole world. And in consequence also, our public expenditure to GDP ratio it's only lower than that of, it's only higher than that of Somalia in Africa. So we are not spending enough in total, but even that which we're spending, the inadequate expenditure we have, is not spent in the most critical areas to drive growth. So two things that we must do. We must generate much higher levels of revenue. There must be correlation between the staff cost and the revenues that they produce. Yes, government is not strictly a business, but in my private sector days, I recall that there was a rule of thumb. Your personnel costs should never exceed 1/3 of your revenues. And the thinking then was the people who produce the revenues take 1/3 of the revenues. 1/3 of the revenues go to replacing the assets, in reinvestment in the business, and 1/3 goes to the owners of the business. So it's never, and when I was in Lagos State, when we had a wage policy in Lagos State, we said that personnel cost will not exceed either 25% of government's aggregate revenues or 35% of the internally generated revenues of the state government, and we maintained it. Unfortunately, we have not been able to place such a policy at the federal level. So bottom line, no country can develop where a large part of its earnings is basically spent on funding administrative structures rather than development inducing expenditures. So what must we do? This time is basically done. We must continue with efforts to manage down, recently, with some stringent measures that we took in terms of managing down the personnel costs of the GOEs. For the 63 GOEs that we capture in the budget, the 2022 personnel cost for these GOEs is 617.7 billion naira, which is down from 701 billion for 2021, because we've tried to eliminate some unauthorized payments that some of these agencies make to their employees. There are stringent guidelines for recruitment, but often these are observed more in the breach. So there's a need for sanctions regime, and earlier today I was discussing with the head service and agree that that's something that needs to happen. A few specific suggestions about what we need to do, and I'll end here. Sanctions for heads of MDAs who breach these guidelines, as I said. There's a need for a comprehensive staff audit and job evaluation to determine the right size for the federal service without affecting efficiencies. We need, to, where necessary, do a staff rationalization policy, and this is not about retrenchment. There are some areas where government is only understaffed and some areas where we are overstaffed. The security services, for instance, are understaffed. The police is understaffed. But some of the administrative areas are overstaffed. They need to redistribute manpower. We may need to commercialize some of services. So, for instance, even though the police is understaffed, a very significant number of the policemen are busy doing private guard duties. So the police perhaps should create a private, guard, arm where the people who want these services pay for them, and what they pay contributes to then hiring more policemen who will then, police the general, public. I think that, some amendments to some of the enabling laws for setting up some government agencies that empower their boards to simply approve compensations that have no bearing with either the productivity of those or the revenues, the fiscal position of government, have to be, revisited. I'll just stop at that because I think I don't set a bad example.
Thank you very much. Thank you most kindly. Well, I hope that everyone else takes to your good example. Let me quickly move then to Professor Ishaq Oloyede, who's the registrar at JAMB. And JAMB, as we all know, has made significant progress going from a government parastatal that used to consume to one that now contributes to the budget. So, Prof, you now have the floor.
Thank you. I hope so. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, the DG Budget, particularly for not laying bad the precedent. I was looking forward to your starting to violate so that I can have an excuse. I must thank the ICPC for considering me worthy of participating, and I must also thank my co-participants here, particularly our moderator, for this platform. I would rather leave the issue of analysis to those who are interested in the statistics of it. And because of time, I will want to quickly talk on 3 or 4 aspects of what I think. I think when we talk about cost of governance, and we are addressing it from here, where you are talking about diminishing corruption. The first aspect I want to look at, apart from thanking ICPC for organizing this type of thing, and particularly for what they are doing in the education, what ICPC is doing in the education sector in terms of focusing on corruption. I must say that the topic itself, when you say diminishing, I would have been very happy if it's to imply that corruption is diminishing in the public. I think that's not true. I think that's not your intention. I think your intention is how to diminish corruption in the public sector. And that raises another question. Is corruption in the public sector more pronounced or more damaging or higher than in the private sector? I would say the answer is no. I believe that the private sector is the engine room, is the mastermind, is the initiator and the perfecter, if you can use that word, of corruption. And I do not believe that we can put a distinction, we can compartmentalize private and public sector when it comes to corruption and when it comes to the cost of governance. But I must also say that when you talk of cost of governance being high, corruption is definitely part of the cause, but not the main, not the whole reason, not all the reasons. Because even the type and structure of our governance plays a role in high cost of governance. When you see the federal system that we operate and all that go with it, and how powerful some of those who govern us are, and they are statutorily made so. I believe that's also part of the problem. And again, when we look at another aspect of what we are discussing here, transparency. Transparency definitely will reduce costs by fighting corruption. But I also believe that transparency itself has some cost. Particularly in Nigeria, transparency is being abused. Almost all institutions, many critical institutions of government, federal government that I know, are having or engaging private sector to do some of the critical things they are supposed to do. And the private sector is already seizing that opportunity to further encroach on public service and destroy whatever remains of the integrity of the public sector. There are so many of them. In the name of transparency, we open some of government facts to them, and these facts are being used to repackage themselves. Some years ago, we are talking of the cost of government has no business in business. Okay, all those things you privatize, where are they now? They are all gone. You had Nikon, you have Transcorp, you have, who own them today? And where are we about all those things that we use? All those theories we propounded, apparently they are not working. If they work elsewhere, they are not working here. For example, I gave an example that is related to JAM. In the name of transparency, we have told the world, oh, federal government has JAM that out of your surpluses, set aside 6 billion for creating a presence in the center of the city. That has attracted a lot of problems. You see so many ridiculous proposals being brought by so many persons because transparency had opened your door to them, and in the process, in this type of infected environment, even those who parade themselves as non-governmental organizations, they are largely non-governmental individuals who are looking for how to further reap the public. So I believe that, and when you talk about corruption, I also believe that it's normative in nature. Corruption itself, what we see as corruption may not actually be corruption. There might be incompetence on the part of public officers. I give 1 or 2 examples. One, if government sets up a committee to go and interact with the labor or with staff who are protesting, the people who represent the government more often than not do not represent the government. They will abdicate the secretariat to the other party, and what will come out of it will just be government fighting back to say you have an agreement that you will not be able to implement because your representatives have abdicated their responsibilities at the point of drafting the agreement. When you go further, there was a time when I was holding an executive office somewhere, and one banker came to me. 2 minutes? Oh. I have a lot. Okay, I will say that because I don't want to violate the Iron Lady's position, I will go quickly to what I will, and there is where I will stop it. I believe that there are certain factors that we must address in the education sector. One, it appears many of the actors, leading actors in the education sector, have poor financial literacy. They become prey in the hand of the private sectors who are brandishing all sorts of proposals, particularly towards December, in order to siphon. Those public officers are not the real beneficiaries of the corruption. They might only be stupid. The second one is that we do not do cost-benefit analysis, probably because the money does not come from us. Number 3, is that government needs to address the fact that the education sector is out-of-pocket expenses intensive. And what you have now is that some of these so-called private people are coming around and creating corrupt avenue for these innocent, not so innocent, public officers to say we will help you in paying those legitimate out-of-pocket expenses, and they end up siphoning the fund. Another one is the policy somersault on the part of the government. If we talk of high cost of personnel and so on and so forth, a permanent secretary, federal permanent secretary who retires today, he goes with his annual salary as pension. A professor in the university, to earn a pension of your salary, you need to have been professor for at least 15 years. Even that, the budget office will not fund it. You have to go to your PFAs, where the permanent secretary will go elsewhere. How will you expect such a professor whose salary is not up to 500,000, and you now entrust him with so many things that he could abuse without making provision for him? Not only that, everybody knows that only the poor people go to the JAMB or other places to work. The big people, they send their children to NNPC, NDIC, Central Bank, and so on. The salary wage, the disparity within the so-called public sector itself is killing. And we are not addressing those ones. We are addressing small, petty thieves when the big ones, the big masquerades, are going scot-free. I believe that we also need to look at the level of discretionary power being given to people in authority. The discretion to utilize and abuse power is so wide that and that takes me to the issue of IPPIS. I believe my brother may not like that one. I believe that the education sector, we need to be careful about extending this IPPIS to the education sector. It is my own opinion that we are going to intellectualize corruption and give opportunity to people to further abuse the system. Because the system, you are this one-size-fits-all that we appear to be operating, I think is also contributing to whatever high level of governance in the education sector. My sister, let me stop here in order to also...
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Our good example was in danger, but we have to thank you so much, and also thank you for not forgetting your constituency. I didn't think you were going to forget your first constituency. I mean, having been VC of University of Ilorin, but thank you very much for your contributions. Let me quickly come to the only other woman on this panel, Mrs. Iniobi of Action Aid Nigeria. She's going to be speaking on corruption and cost of governance in the health sector.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. I want to say a big thank you to ICPC for considering me worthy to be here this morning, this afternoon now. It's a great pleasure indeed. Having worked with and collaborated with ICPC on constituency monitoring and some of the other works that we have done, and also monitoring the social investment program of the federal government for some time. Corruption in the health sector, in the health systems, is divided into tertiary, secondary, and primary health. Health as concurrent in our constitution makes those responsible not to talk to each other. The federal government cannot go to a state unless it has the permission and the agreement of the state, and so is that of the local government. And so this leads to a lot of duplication of efforts and wastages. Nigeria is tagged with some of the worst health statistics in the world. This makes the country one of the least in virtually all development index. Ironically, Nigeria has not suffered any major natural or man-made disaster like other countries who ranked higher. The World Health Organization currently positions Nigeria the health systems, as 197th out of 200. And that is WHO countries evaluated. According to UNDP, life expectancy in Nigeria has declined from 47 to 43 years. Nigeria accounts for 10% of the world's maternal mortality, whereas it constitutes 2% of the world population. And for maternal mortality, a lot of women who are pregnant in Nigeria, they walk on the maternity death road. 1 in every 5 Nigerian children, every 5 Nigerian child die before the age of 5, while over 1 million Nigerian children die from preventable diseases every year. What that tells you is that we lose more than 2,000 children every day. And this is the reality of our health indices. Malaria also, let me say here, that malaria kills the Nigerian child more than, or the Nigerian children more than any other disease, despite all the poor health services in Nigeria. The Nigerian government's budget, still here, is about, and government at all levels, is about 5%. And Nigeria is signatory to Abuja Declaration of 2000, which says that, health, budget will be 15%. Evidence from also International Monetary Fund reports that corruption has a devastating negative effect on health indicators. I don't believe that, I query their things because it was the coming of the IMF, the structural adjustment program that collapsed every system in Nigeria, that of health, education, and many other systems in Nigeria. But again, they have come back to say it affects, corruption affects. Corruption, therefore, lowers, the delivery of services at different levels. I just want to rush to some of the effects. Corruption in health services has major economic impact, raising the cost of healthcare for individuals, healthcare institutions, and society in general. When we are talking about public health education here just now, it does affect the generality of the public, because the heaviest investment that any nation can do is investment in education, and that concerns health as well. But what are we investing in the health, in education today, that can promote health as well? You are not doing anybody a favor when you give scholarships for people to go and study. All of those in government, majority of those in government today, were giving scholarships to go and study abroad. And there were government systems on ground that was able to accommodate them. What are we doing today? How are we preparing, how are we investing in the human capital to prepare for our economy in the different sectors? Jamb was talking just, Jamb Rec was just speaking just now. There are millions of Nigerians every year that want to go and read medicine. They don't have the opportunity. What that means is that you have a human capital, which is an engine room for the development, but you are not preparing the public schools. Public schools have made you grow to who you are. You have neglected them. You can invest in that public systems that will lead to many people coming to Nigeria to study, but we have taken our money abroad to take our children outside. I just want to go quickly to say, look at the forms of corruption in the healthcare systems. All the major forms of corruption are present in the health sector, ranging from petty bribery and nepotism to informal payments and mismanagement of resources, absenteeism, and state capture. The health services are also, affected by various forms of clientele, personal relationship, between patients, doctors, or even bureaucrats. You know what is happening today? We cannot talk of corruption without mentioning the fact that a lot of people cannot afford. Affordability of health is a big issue. I remember that the National Hospital was built for women and children. But National Hospital, a government are so huge, have not been able to build hospitals for itself. Rather, they occupy the one that is meant for women and children. What a resource. Quickly, just to look at particular points in terms of that are vulnerable, to corruption. The issues of provision of services by medical personnel, human resources management, drug selection and use, procurement of drugs and medical equipment, distribution and storage of the drugs, regulatory systems, budgeting and pricing, and also looking at the health insurance schemes. A lot of it is a scam, because if you say you are from NHS, they tell you to go somewhere. There is a lot of things that we need to correct if we want the health insurance systems to work. In general, some of the reforms, let me quickly look at the challenges. I think one of the greatest challenges against corruption is corruption itself. A lot of these challenges itself, if you try to challenge it, corruption will also challenge you. What that means is addressing corruption in the health provisions is extremely complex. But everyone who is in the health sector is also in the society. With an intermingling of private and public actors, different governmental levels involved in weak and under-resourced regulatory systems, complicated health insurance systems, opaque relations between the medical suppliers, health providers, and so on. I just want to quickly, let me look at the approaches. Some of the approaches that we can use to address the health systems, corruption in the health sector. Budget, transparency, and oversight. Even the chairman of ICPC talked about the oversight systems, the kind of demands that are made by those who conduct oversight. Is really appalling how we reduce ourselves. This can limit opportunities for the budget to be, misused to serve vested interests. And this is not outside our systems. I remember when we had this issue of stop the mic, the issue of off the mic and all of that. I can't believe that Nigeria is still the same and we are still going as usual and nobody has been brought to book. The issue of the code of conduct and prevention of conflict of interest. I think the BVN, for us as NGOs, as non-governmental organizations, if you pay more than 500,000 into your account, that account is subject to DSS intervention or the regulatory bodies looking at it. What is happening? We have the BVN now. Where is the money? Where is the thief? I think the Nigerian government knows what to do. We need to have those who sanctions for those who have violated the code of conduct. Transparency in terms of proactive transparency, price indexes, and citizens' rights. We also have health management information systems, the complaint mechanism and whistleblowing. We have the management of human resources as well. One of the things that I identified earlier, because I was in public health for 10 years, and so when I'm talking of child health and maternal mortality, I was on the ground and I saw this happening. In the suburbs, in the rural areas, I went to many nooks and crannies of this country, so I know what happens. We need to change, retune the curriculum of colleges of medicine, because administration and also management is not taught. And these are some of the key issues that at the end of the day, doctors become managers and administrators. So the issue of management of human resources are being done by those who lack capacity. That is very, very important. Allowances of health workers, such as doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and so on and so forth, that at the end of the day, you make them vulnerable as well. And so another issue that I'd like to talk about is patriotism and quality of citizenship. What kind of quality do we have? Each and every one of us gathered here, we are all Nigerians in this hall. Where is the space for you? We saw people getting awards. We all need to stand upright for Nigeria. We all need to stand with the national anthem, the Arise, O Compatriot. Who are we talking about? We are singing it until all of us remove the music and sing it from the heart so that you can practice it. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, and loyal, and honest. God has really suffered. Because when you violate that, where are you going to? The issue of civic education is what we need to look at. I'm happy that in some of the collaborations that were done with ICPC and the National Orientation Agency has produced good results. We need civic education that can go to nooks and corners of this country, that will be able to value orientation is very, very important. The cost of corruption in different constituencies, billions of naira, we are seeing in terms of undermining economic, political, and social stability, worsening inequality, the inequality between the poor and the rich widening every day. We are talking about a Nigeria that has about more than 100 million Nigerians are living below the poverty line. Who can afford health? Where is food for them? I just want to conclude by looking at issues of representation of women is for real. In our national spaces, because we are within the season of 16 days of activism, if women are the ones dying on the maternity death road, many governors and so on, the health sectors, they are not building new schools, new hospitals, they are not equipping the ones that were there. And I had the opportunity to meet with Professor Oliko Eran-Somkuti in the time that we are doing basic support for institutionalizing child survival. It is very, very important that we tackle the issue of health. We are not at war, yet children are dying at the maternity death. Children are dying on the streets and the rural areas to no environment. Our investment in the health sector, population is an engine room for development. It's not a punishment. We have not had the kind of drive and also the development plan that can make us plan, because if you have millions of children that want to go to medical school and they cannot go, you can develop your schools to accommodate them, and your sports, your personnel, remittance is one of the biggest earnings for India, and so on and so forth. Qualify these children and send them out of the country. You can export, labor. Okay. So I just want to maybe mention one more thing to say, if you look at investment in health, I remember, I think the military, they are here, I remember that there was a discovery at Military Hospital Yaba for a general who did a discovery. Where are we with that? We have the Nigerian system. Nigerians are very, very educated enough. We must stand upright for Nigeria and for Africa. Nigerians have a great responsibility. We must walk the talk, either as public servants, civil society organizations, private sector, the media, and all citizens committed to the Constitution of Nigeria. We are all going to be ancestors someday. What kind of ancestor do you want to be? Let's walk the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Food for thought. What sort of ancestor do you want to be? Well, that really made me chuckle. We're going to take one more contribution now from Mr. Hafiz Hassan Mohammed, who is the head of the Constituency Project Initiative at ICPC. Then we'll take a break, have a few questions, because some people on the panel have to go. The director, beg your pardon now, the budget office just told me that he has to leave shortly. So we'll take a few questions and then we'll go back to the presentation of the remaining members of the panel, at least so we don't lose our train of thought. So let me quickly invite Mr. Hafiz Hassan Mohammed, who is the head Constituency Project Initiative at ICPC, to see if you can help us maintain.
Thank you, Mwakwe.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be speaking on the corruption and the cost of governance. Is this on? Yeah, okay. Corruption and the cost of governance in the execution of government projects. In the last 4 decades, corruption has been so institutionalized in our system that many Nigerians today see it as a way of life. The resultant consequence is that corruption has thrived and grown into a full-blown cancer that has eaten deep into the fabric of our national lives. This cancer does not only pose a threat to the present-day Nigeria, but also dares our future as a nation. In the effective discharge of its responsibilities to provide basic amenities and public services and to give hope to our citizens, government and her institutions consistently incur costs. The all-important question, however, is whether government gets value for the cost incurred and whether cost incurred is economically and socially justifiable and commensurate with the funds expended. By design and conceptualization, government projects, be it zonal intervention projects or the regular capital project, are meant to address infrastructural deficit and provide social amenities to citizens. To achieve this, administrations successively have continued to appropriate funds in each budget cycle. For ZIP, we know is always 100 billion per annum, while for the other capital projects goes into trillions of naira. The question, however, remains, has the implementation of these projects positively impacted on the lives of the Nigerians, or these projects further, are just further deepening our collective woes as a country because of corruption? In Nigeria, government expenditure generally sourced from annual budgetary appropriations and sometimes donor agencies. The annual budget in Nigeria includes capital intensive development projects and construction projects, which averagely hovers around 30 to 50% of the total appropriation at both national and subnational levels. There is no gainsaying the fact that the cost of governance in Nigeria is high, and this has been attributed to several factors, and most significant of which is corruption and inability of government officials to curb wasteful expenditures that do not contribute to economic growth and well-being of the citizens. According to Transparency International, corruption, bribery, theft, and tax evasion and other illicit financial flows cost developing countries around $1.26 trillion per annum. This is roughly the combined size of the economies of Switzerland, South Africa, and Belgium, and enough to lift 1.4 billion people who get by on less than $1.25 a day above the poverty threshold and keep them there for at least 6 years. The above figures provide a fair idea of the impact of corruption and the high cost of governance in developing countries. Cost of governance simply means what it costs government to run its administrative structures as well as its developmental programs and projects. Corruption, in whatever state or measure, undoubtedly raises the cost of governance, and the negative impact of corruption on cost of governance is the cost of corruption on governance. The cost of corruption in relation to a given project, government project, is the total loss and damage caused by all corrupt activities on or in connection with that particular project. Effective assessment of such loss and damage requires consideration of the following: each corrupt activity that has occurred in connection with the project, each stakeholder that has suffered some loss and damage as a result of the corruption in the project, the type of loss and damage that have been suffered by each stakeholder, the amount of each type of loss and damage. The sum total of that loss and damage, which is highly unlikely to be wholly identifiable and quantifiable, may be said to be the cost of corruption in relation to the project. Corruption with regards to implementation of government project manifests in different ways. Theft and misappropriation of public funds, which denies citizens what is due to them and thereby eroding their quality of life. The cost of such corruption is the amount funds stolen, waste of public resources on non-viable projects. Alternatively, a project which was viable and appropriate at the outset may collapse or be rendered unviable as a result of corruption which takes place during the structuring or execution of the project. It also causes abandonment of projects, over-invoicing of contract sums, causes government increased maintenance and repairs and replacement costs, like in the case of roads and bridge constructions. There's a particular project that we monitored recently somewhere in Delta, in Edo State, where at the very beginning of the construction of the road project, the tar was already collapsing. Recently, we went to visit some schools in Kano, constructed in Kano. A school that was built sometimes late last year is already collapsing. You see the rafters caving, the roof caving. which causes a lot of danger for the pupils sitting in the classes. You have the cement already peeling off in just less than 6 months after construction. And then this also causes loss of credibility and foreign investment for the government. One of the speakers was talking about the mistrust between the government and its citizens. Corruption causes that. Because if whatever government does, or government will always come to say, we've spent this amount of money to do A, B, C, and then the public doesn't see that. What that causes is that the public loses interest in government, and then the public and the government begin to work at cross purposes. And government lost a lot of investments also because of the effect of corruption on governance. For instance, we know, let me not use the word, the defunct Nigerian Railway Corporation, but we used to have railways that was functioning properly before. Corruption killed it. NITEL of recent, similarly, it was one of the biggest Nigerian government investment, but it died because of corruption. So, from the Commission's experience with the Constituency and Executive Projects Tracking Initiative, the losses and damages arise from a wide variety of corrupt activities that take place on or in connection with projects, government projects. This may include bribery, insider dealings, where you have the procurement processes seemingly looking open, but then behind the back door, you have insider dealings where some officers of the agency would give specific information that will help a particular favored contractor to get the contract. And you have embezzlement, abuse of office, illegal conversion of public projects to private use, refusal to execute the project, abandonment of projects, underperformance, substandard execution of project, over-invoicing, outright theft, and money laundering. The individuals who carry out these corrupt activities include officials of the implementing agencies, the facilitators of the project, in this case, let me use the term sponsors, in the case of zonal intervention projects, and their aides, the contractors, consultants, subcontractors, and suppliers, either by themselves or in connivance with one another. Corrupt activities may take place at any time during the course of project, the execution of project, from the point where the project is being selected, in fact, from the point where it is being conceived, and all through the phases till execution. Sometimes it even includes dispute resolution mechanism. The case of PNID is still fresh in our minds, where public officials sat down and drafted an agreement that obviously they knew it was going to work in favor of the company that did not have the capacity to actually carry on the contract or whatever it was, the agreement it had with government then. So with all these problems, over the years, there have been increased complaints by citizens regarding shoddy completion or non-completion, or outright non-completion of public funded projects in spite of huge budgetary releases. It has been reported severally that project execution in Nigeria is the most widely used conduit for the diversion and misappropriation of public funds in Nigeria. In response to these complaints, and in line with the Commission's preventive and enforcement mandate under the ICPC Act, the Commission came up with a very, very beautiful initiative, which today we call the Constituency and Executive Project Tracking Initiative. The initiative seeks to track some public funded projects, be it a zonal intervention project or executive project, to ensure proper and transparent execution of those projects. In furtherance of this, the Commission launched the Constituency and Executive Project Tracking Group as the vehicle for the implementation of this initiative.
Okay, I'm sorry, we'll have to,
Okay,
there now, and then when we take questions, you'll be able to maybe take some more parts of your speech.
It's okay.
But let me come back, because I did say that we'll pause a bit, take a few questions, and then we'll go to the rest of the panel. Thank you again for your presentation there. Let me start with Dr. Benakabweze, whom I know will have to run maybe in about 10 minutes. When I was listening to your speech, the very first part of it also sounded very similar to what Professor Bolaji Owasonyi already presented in terms of illegal recruitment, in terms of recurrent expenditure, which is growing. And ladies and gentlemen, please ask you to take a look at your brochure for this event. It's very useful. Yes. It's got very useful information in it. In case you're just wondering, just what we're talking about, the cost of governance is represented in infographics here, at least for the past 3 years or thereabout. And I think that the information is very useful. So I'm going to be asking you a few questions. First, I was a little disturbed to know that there exists an illegal recruitment. I mean, we've always known about illegal recruitment rings who go about, telling people that they can recruit for them, and they can get them into public service. But where people actually succeed, despite the existence of IPIS, forge papers from the office of the Chief of Staff of the President, and they're getting away with it. They're able to include people fraudulently and even post them to government parastatals. That's taking it a little too far. How are we not able to detect this on time?
Thank you. Well, I started my career as an auditor in Price Waterhouse many years ago. And the truth is, all over the world, the best of internal control systems are built usually on the principle of separation of duties. It's human beings that operate these systems. And so whenever you have collusion, when you have collusion across the different levels that are supposed to provide a check on, there's not much that can happen. So at that point, all you then have is to have a system that then detects what has happened, even if it can't, prevent it. And it's because we have a system that is able to detect what has gone wrong that we're able to share, these statistics.
Well, I sincerely look forward to the prosecution of these people. I hope that, there will be some publication that this is what has happened. I imagine, of course, that the media is here and they will have heard and will be interested in the case as it's being prosecuted. But what I think a lot of people will find alarming is the fact that they were able to get people into the system. Oftentimes when we hear of this fraudulent or illegal recruitment, it is that they have been recruited, but maybe they've run away with the money. They tell them, bring sums of money and we'll be able to get you into government. But oftentimes, those people just run away with the money. But for this to actually succeed, it's really very alarming. So are there any safeguards to ensuring that this will never or this will not happen again? Do we have to wait for it to happen, or do we now have safeguards in place?
We have safeguards that you try to tighten the process. For instance, now, you cannot really conclude recruitment, and nobody should be captured on IPs without the sign-off of the head of service, without the sign-off of the DG budget office combined. But if someone disregards that and is induced to then, capture someone on the system without that, at that point, all you can hope for is to detect that, has happened, because, the people at that level are not the ones who actually do the. We've tried recently now to improve. So previously, we in the budget office will depend on agencies submitting to us copies of the waivers that they've received from the head of service. We've saw cases of, forged waivers sent to us. So now we've designed a system where there's a portal that when the head of service issues the waiver, it's uploaded there and that's accessible to us so we can independently, verify the authenticity of the waiver that has been given. It's just the people, who make a full-time job of trying to game the system. And there's so much desperation that just like parents are willing to pay for people to sit exams for their children, parents are paying for recruitment slots. So here all kinds of whatever, how much people are paying. So the people who do these things, who get people illegally recruited, are not doing so gratuitously.
I'm looking at, sorry, Dr. Akabweze, you'll be answering a lot of the questions because you are in the Office of Budget, and that's where we actually feel the cost. When we plan and it's not trickling down, there'll be questions as to how did we implement our budget. So, sorry, I have a lot of questions directed at you. Some of them might be outside of your purview, but if they're not, please kindly say so. I'm looking at the drivers of high cost of governance here. And part of the drivers which the ICPC itself has identified, they've talked about bloated cabinet size. It would have been wonderful to be able to direct that to the president, but he's not here anymore. Corrupt budget practices, which is directly under your purview, and perhaps that of the Minister of Finance. There's high cost of elections. There's no one from INEC here. Multiplicity of MDAs. Bloated civil service, political office holders, and aides. But I'm wondering, multiplicity of MDAs. There was a time we tried to streamline the number of MDAs that we had. By the time the second term of the president, we increased the number again. It would seem there was a realignment of some sort. Some were, let's say divided, and then some were merged, like Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning was merged, and then Ministry of Power, Works and Housing was separated. There was Power, then Works and Housing. That's the one I can easily remember off the top of my head. But was there a rationale for this? Was it from the Ministry of Budget? I'm sorry, from the Office of the Director General of Budget, or was this from the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning? Was there a rationale for it?
Well, some of the questions you're asking me are above my pay grade. But the truth is, one of the things we must do as a country is institutionalize what is global best practice. In some countries, anything that can impact on expenditure of government, any policy, is usually preceded by what is called a fiscal impact analysis before that decision is made. Unfortunately, that is something we have not institutionalized in government. The practice of fiscal impact analysis, in some places they call it a CBA, cost-benefit analysis.
Why is it so difficult? Because, you are an expert. You did not just cut your teeth today. You've been on this from your days in the private sector. This is not your first time in government. You've served at a subnational level. Mm-hmm. You've talked about successes you recorded while you were in one of the biggest subnational economies in Nigeria. Why is it so difficult for us to translate some of those successes we sometimes see at the subnational to the national level?
Madam, maybe I should assist my friend.
Just 1 minute, because he's leaving shortly.
Yeah,
he's leaving shortly. Let me just quickly ask him this one, because this is directly under his office.
Well, as I said, the truth is the process of policy formulation is a lot more complex at the federal level than, at the, subnational level, and that's the reality. There are a lot more contending interests and all of that, and the bureaucracy is just bigger and the red tape longer. And so sometimes it takes much longer to arrive at decisions at the subnational levels. Usually, oftentimes ones to move in a particular direction, it's a lot easier to get everybody moving.
How do you think we can shorten the process to arriving solutions?
Well, forums like this are part of this thing. We need a consensus around what is right. We need a consensus, we need the will. And everybody agrees that this is the way that should go. It's a starting point to getting it done. And we need strong advocacy beyond this thing. And that's where people like you come in. Strong advocacy, consistent. Sometimes we have flavors of the season in terms of advocacy. We're talking about it. And then, next month, everybody has forgotten about it. Nobody's talking about it.
Well, Dr. Kabweze, at this point, I'll let you go.
But, before I go, I just wanted to, if you indulge me, make a few additional comments. First, there's something that Professor Olode said which may be lost on some of us, which is what I call the incompetence or corruption conundrum. We are today holding a summit on the cost of corruption in governance. In my own experience, and this might shock some people, it might even be controversial, I believe that incompetence is costing the country much more than corruption is costing it. But we hardly talk about it. I'm hoping that someday we will have a summit on the cost of incompetence. Some of what actually manifests as seeming corruption is rooted in incompetence. So I just thought I should, underscore, that point. And let me take the opportunity also to very publicly disagree with my friend, Professor Loyede, about the extension of IPs to the education sector. It's not a one-size-fits-all. IPs is customizable. When we're going to extend IPs to the military, they had a number of concerns. But because, the president is the commander-in-chief and he gave the whatever, there was no, the military, they don't dispute what the commander-in-chief said. The commander-in-chief said, you must join. So all that they did was then lay down their concerns. And I'm not going to start speaking publicly of what those concerns are and how those concerns have been addressed. But if IPs could be customized to address the concerns of the military, it can be customized to address whatever legitimate concerns the education sector has. The problem is the education sector just says, no, we don't want it. There is no precedence I know anywhere in the world where the employee dictates to the employer about how they want to be paid, the method with which the employer owes you is to pay what has been agreed to pay. And if there's an issue about that, then there is a basis for disagreement. But you can't upfront say, no, you can't pay us, we will design the system with which you pay us. Why did we decide to extend IPs to the education sector? If I tell you here only the level of abuse that, around this personnel cost, we talk about growth in personnel cost. The education sector is a major source of that. We talk about this matter of illegal recruitments. They are one of the biggest, culprits. Paying people what they are not entitled to, multiple, before IPs, you have, same lecturer featuring on the payroll of multiple institutions as a full-time employee in those places. Those are the things that IPs won't let you do, and all of that. So I think that we can have a legitimate discussion about how to customize the system to address any legitimate concerns. And then again, I think let me just leave it there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for him as he takes his leave shortly. Dr. Mena Kabweze, Director General of the Budget Office, we have to thank you for your time this afternoon. And I'm sure that, of course, your contributions have been very beneficial. I believe that subsequently we'll be able to extend this discussion beyond just here. You've talked about advocacy. We can't do it alone. We know that every time we call you, you'll always be responsive. And you will not shy away from the difficult questions. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts once again. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. My apology. I have to leave because I have a meeting in the villa. Thank you.
Thank you. So please, my remaining panelists should please move closer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we just had, I don't know whether we should take a few more questions before we go back to them. What's the consensus here?
I think we can just finish.
Okay. Let's quickly finish this then. Let's finish the presentations and then we can spread the question. I'm not going to be the only questioner here. So let's quickly take the presentation now from the Nigeria Governors Forum. Mr. Ashishana Okaru was supposed to be here. He couldn't make it, but he's been represented by Mr. Olarewaju Ajogbasile, who is a Senior Program Manager at the Nigeria Governors Forum.
Thank you very much for having me, Mark. And thank you to ICPC for extending an invitation to us. The Director General sends his regards. I'll start by, I'll take off from where the DG budget stopped. A lot of times we talk about the cost of governance, and we look at how much the government is spending. But in actual sense, from a global perspective, the total expenditure as a percentage of GDP is low. So I'd rather say that the necessity to spend or to increase expenditure to meet development needs has now created opportunities for some people to use this opportunistically to carry out corrupt practices. And also, again, a lot of time when we talk about corruption, we look at it from just a financial perspective. When you political patronage, things around, we talked about recruitment malpractices, and also anything whereby you use public office for private gains can also be looked at as corruption. But again, in terms of even if the cost of governance is increasing, I think the concern is it efficiently expended? Is it effectively expended? And this corruption comes out from when these resources are allocated or how they are disbursed. So oftentimes, within the routine operations of governance, we focus a lot even on capital. A lot of some of these things are lost in the routine operation of governance, under overhead cost and even under personnel, as we've rightly seen today. And this in itself widens the inequality, because when you give jobs on the basis of ethnicity, or when you give jobs on the basis of political patronage, what you're basically doing is also you're increasing the inequality and the lack of fairness. So, and this in itself creates development problems much later. We were looking at a recent survey of about 60 active cases by the NFIU, EFCC, and ICPC, which was high-profile active cases surveyed by the Human Environmental Development Agenda, EDA. It will shock you that out of about 60 of such cases, 24 were by political holders. And that speaks to another bigger issue in terms of what is the recruitment process of our political leaders. One is expensive, two is clientelistic, which means that sometimes when they get into office is to recover such investment or payback through political patronage. So even looking at it from that process, you tell that from the start there is also a problem. So if we're addressing this, we need to address it holistically. How do these people get in the position of power? That's one. Two, when you get in the position of power, the discretionary powers that they are given, what are the checks and balances for this? Yeah. So there's a lot that is not peculiar to any level of government or any particular MD. I think these are issues that cut across all spheres of governance. But what are what's been done at the state level? What are we doing with the state government? As the Nigerian Governance Forum Secretariat, the technical arm of the forum, working with the federal government and a lot of other partners, including the World Bank and DFID and many of them, through a program called the State Fiscal Transparency and Accountability and Sustainability Program for Results. What we've tried to do through that program and a number of other ones is to push certain reform agendas that, one, reform the fiscal behavior of government and also create an enabling environment for transparency and accountability. How are we doing that? One is through the publication. All states now have passed public procurement laws that enable certain efficient systems to be deployed, like e-procurement. And what that would do, currently we have about 28 states on their way to fully deploy an e-procurement system. And what that would do is introduce transparency to procurement processes. As citizens, as bidders, you would see every bit of the stage of procurement. So there's no back end to it. You have to explain to bidders why all of a sudden I drop off, and all those sharp practices will also be curbed. So I think that will really help, and it's being done. Also, we have the bank verification system. A lot of states have linked that, but again, it goes back to the point about having a robust reform process. Doing bank verification alone is not sufficient. People die. How does that curb for when someone has a BVN and he dies? How's that captured? Does the bank know the person is dead? So now that is why the process of continuous payroll audit has to be there. So if you take the reforms in piecemeal, then we'll have this these setbacks. And so also is the importance of having the budget documents, all these fiscal documents out there. And I think the state governments have done quite a lot in this sphere. In the last 2 years, compared to several years back, you now have all 36 state budgets online. You have states publishing their audited financial statements of account online, as at even sometimes before the 6-month requirement by the Fiscal Responsibility Law. Now, how many citizens know this? Do they know the things are changing? Do they know they now have access to this information to be able to hold the government accountable? And the thing about the budget reforms now is the budgets at state level are now being published in line with the National Chart of Accounts, allowing for easier systematic assessment by anybody who picks it up. Before now, if you pick up a state budget, an average citizen can make sense of it. So what are we saying? The information is now out there, and the citizens need to rise up and hold government accountable. That is one way you can track whether money is being diverted or not. If you don't have the information, there's no way you can do this.
Okay, so I'm going to have to tell you to please hold your thoughts there, because even as you were giving some of your points, there are questions that were popping up in my head, and I wanted to interrupt to ask, but I figured this is not yet the question and answer session. Thank you so much for your presentation there, Mr. Ajogbasile, who is the Senior Program Manager of the NGF. So let me come to you, sir, Professor Sadiq Rada, who's the Executive Secretary of PACAC. He's going to be speaking to us on corruption and cost of governance in security spending. We know this is one of the most opaque sector. I don't know, I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Over now to you, Prof.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, moderator. First, I want to thank the ICPC for giving me this recognition to share my thoughts regarding corruption, cost of governance, and the issue of security in Nigeria. Secondly, I want to thank all the speakers from the beginning to the very last one for they have done my job. I want to say that without any equivocation, I have adopted everything that has been said from the SGF to the last speaker. Ordinarily, you can say I can shut up, but I have a few thoughts. First, the discussion revolves around at least 3 major issues. Corruption, and I keep saying that if you are talking to an elite group like this one, It's easy to define corruption because all of us here are either corrupt or are victims of corruption or are witnesses to corruption or a combination of all these. All of us must fall into one of these three: corrupt, victim, or witnesses, or a combination. It's cost of governance that we keep debating. But there seems to be some consensus that what we spend on people to keep them alive, to maintain their lifestyle, can be simply defined as cost of governance. And this one, you are talking of it in terms of the 3 tiers of government and the 3 arms of government, which is very huge in Nigeria. So a lot of money is being spent to maintain a very tiny population of the country. We are spending money on people, not on materials. Consequently, we are, so to say, spending on consumption, not production. And it has dire consequences. The third aspect of the debate is, which I didn't hear people covering, is the issue of the effects of this perception that some Nigerians, are responsible for the cost of governance in our country. Cheaply, they will say politicians, political appointees, National Assembly members, commissioners, ministers, governors. Despite all they get to maintain their lives, their families, it doesn't shield them from stealing the resources of the country. Therefore, because of the cost of governance, over concentration of resources on a very tiny population of the country, and we are talking of less than 20% of the 200 million Nigerians taking the chunk of the resources of the country, it has produced some unintended consequences. One of them is too much belligerence, especially among labor unions. ASU doesn't want to hear anything but it has to be paid. NLC, TUC, minimum wage. Everybody will tell you that they have to get it. Why? Because there are people getting it. If they can get it, especially if they are working under one of the most conducive atmospheres, why won't I get it? After all, I'm working under most difficult circumstances. So it has produced a lot of belligerence. Then there is a lot of anger. There is a lot of suspicion. In fact, it has made some people to feel not productive because they realize that the more they work, the less they get. But there are some people, the less they work, the more they get. Look at our security operatives. The entire security agencies in the country, they are doing a lot. Every day they are losing their lives. I saw a footage of a military man being served food on a shovel, but at the end of it all, they may not get their pension, they may not get their entitlements, or if they get killed, their families will get to suffer. So all these issues put together create a lot of problem for the country. And that is why I said I have adopted what other presenters, but like I know, I decided to divide my presentation into what is covert cost of governance and the overt cost of governance. The overt one has been discussed thoroughly and is documented. I have discussed that. I have written my paper. I've given ICPC, and the details can be obtained there. But I think in our discussion regarding cost of governance, the issue of security is very, very important. Then what are the challenges regarding the issue of security vis-a-vis the issue of cost of governance? There are two fundamental problems. Security issues are always an emergency issue. They are always spontaneous. They are always secretive. They are always confidential. And corruption thrives where there is too much confidentiality, especially when people don't have integrity. So that is the major problem. But security issues are not issues you can simply dismantle, discuss globally and nationally. Look at the security challenges we have in Nigeria. By the time you have a town hall meeting to say that tomorrow we are going to have 5 tear gas, AK-47, the enemies will know. Globally, it's not the practice to dismantle everything we spend on the security, but then it poses a challenge because the confidentiality, especially if it is in the hands of people without integrity, will create a problem. The second one is the issue of security votes. This is an amount of money incited by some people with executive power so that they can act quickly and swiftly on certain issues that are not predictable. And it happens, it's desirable. But there is a lot of abuse regarding that. Don't forget, before the coming of Professor Bolaji to ICPC, there were 2 major complaints regarding what is being in the budget padding by the National Assembly, constituency projects, the issue of security votes. These have been the annual complaints in Nigeria. Today we have tackled budget padding. National Assembly cannot pad the budget. If it does, there will be a problem because everything is being monitored by our civil society organizations. Today, constituency projects are not what they used to be. In the past, I have read a lot about constituency projects. Even MRI that was put under constituency project was found in the house of a senator. Boreholes meant for the community are constructed in the houses of the person who pretends. So constituency projects were, so to say, personalized. But that is no longer the case. The case now is constituency projects will belong to the community. Our challenge now is the security vote. But I'm sure, as we continue to discuss the issue of security votes, we'll get a very, acceptable agreement and consensus regarding how to unpack the security votes, what is there, how it is being spent for a number of reasons. Without security, there can never be a country, there can never be a society, there can never be a community. Without security, nations cannot be stable. Therefore, our security agencies, much as we have complaints about them, we should understand that they are operating under one of the most difficult circumstances we have found ourselves as a country. Therefore, we must be able to commend them, encourage them, give them all the support, believing that in due course, we will come to understand what happens to security votes. Moderator, I think I want to end my discussion by pointing out some implicit issues, not only in security, but in this country which add to cost of governance. One of them is our tendency and penchant in this country to see our young people as victims. Continuously, they are being made to understand that the 70s was excellent, early 80s we began to degenerate, things are bad for them, and I want us to temper that so that psychologically we don't keep defeating them. And we don't keep giving them the impression that being victims, once they get into the office, they should compensate themselves anyhow. Today, many young people believe since they are victims, when they get into the office and they are given their normal salary and they see no difference between unemployed and being employed, then they begin to look for ways of taking a founding place on the government. Please let us marry our stereotyping of our young people as victims with the fact that on getting employment, you are there to add value. You are not just there to take value. Many of us who grew up in the 60s and 70s, we grew up, we battled even though the governments were responsible, but we suffered to become what we are. So that's why I like Yaga Africa. They have been telling young people that it's not enough to be young, it's an advantage, but then all the variables needed of a young man of courage, adventurism, honesty, sincerity should be with you. The fact that you are a victim today doesn't mean that there were no victims in the past. So on getting there, yes, benefit, yes, you need employment, but please add value. So I feel cost of governance, let our young people know that hard work pays, and that the fact that you are a victim does not mean tomorrow on getting employed is going to be milk and honey. Yet it can be, but it may not necessarily be.
Prof.
Second.
I'll let you do the rest of the contributions when we have the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contributions, Prof. Thank you so much. He did say that security vote is now the major challenge that we have to face. We've talked about budget padding, which we've been able to successfully tackle. We've also talked about constituency projects, and there's great progress in that regard as well. But security vote is a big challenge. So we'll come to that shortly and ask, how can we begin to entrench some transparency in our security spending? Because it would seem that the more we pour into security, the less security or the less secure we all seem to be feeling. As I did say, it's an open conversation. You have heard the presentations of our panelists. I'm sure you were taking notes as I was, and I'm sure that you have your questions set. I'm going to ask one question of each of my panelists, and then I'm going to throw it open to you. Perhaps there'll be a follow-up, maybe if the answer is not forthcoming, or if it's not very clear, or if we just need some expatiation on certain parts of the answers that are given. But as much as possible, I'll try to limit it to one question so that we can take as many questions as we can from our audience here. So let me start with you, Prof. And I'd like you to, first of all, comment, because coming from a deficit, coming from where JAMB was asking for money from the federal government, to carry out its own activities, to a place where it is now contributing to the national purse and having a surplus, as you rightly pointed out, is some success. And I'd like to ask you what the internal challenges was moving from that place where you were a consumerist parastatal, or I don't know if it's an agency of government now, to one that is actually beginning to produce. What internal challenges did you face?
Thank you. I believe that when we are talking of internal, external, it depends. The man who is internal can also be external. So the way I see it is that all the problems, whether internal to JAMB or external to JAMB, is internal to Nigeria, most of the problems. And as a result of that, I would rather want to say that somebody mentioned this, that the greatest problem with corruption is corruption itself. Corruption fights back. And if you are not careful, the best thing for anybody who wants to fight corruption is to keep corruption at bay. If you make a mistake of doing anything that looks like corruption, they will rope you in and you will find it difficult to get yourself out of it. Because corruption has a network and itself is reinforcing. Corrupt people have a very strong network, particularly in Nigeria, that when you are fighting somebody, one small boy, you wouldn't know that you are fighting a big man. So the major problem is the brotherhood of corruption. So when you see, for example, in JAMB, we came with, look at ordinary thing. Let's talk of CD, ordinary CD that we produce for candidates, or textbook. CD for candidates, candidate pay 500 naira for this CD. And JAMB was to be receiving just 50 naira as commission from the 500 naira, that's 10%. But we distribute we used to distribute all over the country for the supplier or the publisher or for whoever was producing it, the service provider as they are called. When you look at it, I will say, no. We cannot continue to do that. You must distribute across the country, and then we will not, how much is a CD? We said, no, our commission should be 450, not 50. That is, we want to take 90% instead of 10%. We started the correct, eventually, we started, now we collect 60% of it. That is, we take 200, we take, what do I mean? It's more than that. We take 410 out of the 500 now, instead of 50 naira. Not only that you are now getting money into it, but you do not know that in the process of doing that, there are others who benefit one way or the other, whether you call them internal or external from it, that will make it impossible for you to deliver on what you want to deliver. And that's why I'm saying that this myth about criminalizing the public officers and creating angels out of the private sector, I think we have to address them because they are the originator of the problem. I believe that the public officer, out of greed, out of lack of deep thought, might make himself available to the private sector. I believe that either through karma or whatever you call it now, the private sector need to be properly scrutinized to see the level of their contribution to public service, because most of this money that public officers steal, they are insignificant. What comes to the public servant, in almost all the cases I've seen, what comes to them is so insignificant. And the masquerades who steal this money, who benefit from it, they go scot-free because they are private sector people and they cannot be held responsible. I think we should go beyond the superficial. You bought this thing. Public officer bought this thing from you at 1 million. Defend the fact that the cost of the actual cost is less than 100 naira. Why did you receive 1 million? So what we are simply doing now is to go to the public officer. Why did you buy this thing 1 million? And then you jail him or you punish him, and the other man goes with the money. I think we should go beyond that. What we see, my own experience in JAMB, is that the private people, the so-called private sector, the contractors, all those people who go around you, they are not in public office, but they are the greatest beneficiaries of public office, because they come with all sorts of proposals and and they have connections. And the most dangerous aspect of it in this government now, I don't know whether it had been there, is that you have them being accommodated in one form or the other as consultants. They will come in and they will tell you they could do this, they could do that. Even those who have the statutory responsibility to do certain things are now subletting those services to these so-called private people. And when they come, because they have come from a position of strength, maybe Auditor General or Accountant General had sent them this message. You expose all your internal mechanism to them. And this they are going to use when we are talking of procurement. It has to be transparent. People that you have one way, they have found a background, a back door of collecting the facts from you, and they will now utilize the facts to their advantage. 1 year ago, I can say it in Nigeria, 1 year ago, it's possible for a chief executive to check how much he has in the central bank. Today, in JAMB at least, and I know it's not limited to JAMB, I don't know how much we have there. since January this year, they had blocked the opportunity for you to know exactly what you have. You have to go and be asking somebody before you can know how much. How do you monitor? How will somebody hold you responsible? The more we fight this corruption, it appears to me that there are counter steps we are taking, that probably we are not taking cognizance of them, or there are some fifth columnists in government who are subverting the process. And you take one step forward and 10 steps backward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for sharing your insights there. Let me come to you, Mrs. Eniobi. You've talked about health and our spending on health, the Abuja Declaration, the terrible indices we have, that we're 197th out of 200 in the world, rated by the WHO for life expectancy ratio is very low. We have 10% of the world's maternal mortality and 2% of the world population. Yeah, it's really very worrisome when you think about it. And you've talked about the fact that so far so good, we only allocated, and everyone knows that, between 5 to 6% of our budget, as against a declaration that was signed right here in our Federal Capital Territory in Abuja itself, called the Abuja Declaration, where almost all African countries agreed that we would spend 15% of our annual budget on health alone. I'm wondering, even the 5 to 6%, have we been able, because we've all accepted that our national hospitals or our, federal government and state hospitals are not places where we really can go and be proud of, or we're sure that we'll get the services that we deserve as Nigerians. Or maybe what we're actually getting is what we deserve. After all, we haven't put our money where our mouth is. But are we sure that even the little that we're allocating, are we truly getting value for money? If we're not, why are we not?
Thank you again for the opportunity. I think because health is on the concurrent list, it makes it very difficult. Because I remember when I was in public health for 2 years, for 10 years, as I stated earlier, and we were dealing with the issues of maternal and child health. And at one point, we need to look at the issues of politicization of the issues of health. One of the things that drove me at one point to go and do a master's in political science was to look at timely decision making as it affects health, as people were losing their lives. We were in a community in Abia. Before we got to the community, we saw a woman rolling on the ground, and the woman had just lost her son. In Igbo land, when you look at a son, having a son, a very healthy boy had just died before we got there. And we were supposed to start community action on routine immunization. My heart broke that night because that's a preventable disease. But how has it, we need to be able to merge. It's not enough to have the health facilities there. What is in the health facility? In the year 2000, they had about 2000 to 2001, 200 health facilities were created, 5 per each local government. They were not built in places where they ought to put them, but because of politics. I saw a hospital that was next to another health facility, which was created in the time of, Professor Oliko Iransam Kuti. How can you put 2 health facilities, health centers adjacent to each other? This one fully furnished, the other one had nothing. Was that a priority of the environment? Have we taken cognizance of the environment? And so you have gotten the saying of having padded budgets already. The 5% itself, you need to look at it again. You have the DG of budget saying that the overhead costs is so huge. So even in the 5%, you want to look at what is in the 5%. If you go to different states of the Federation, what they are left with were more or less maybe the general hospitals that were left by colonial masters. Most of the general hospitals, or maybe the Federal Medical Center, which is operated by Federal. Are we developing things that is merging with our population? We have been told already that more than 100 million live below the poverty line. Many women, while they are dying on the streets, is Many people don't have jobs. There's a huge unemployment rate. Women are still continuing the responsibility of the production of the workforce for Nigeria and for the world. But you find out that when a man doesn't have a job and there is complication with the pregnancy, prolonged labor, something is coming up, obstructed labor. And the next thing you have is maybe CS, which the man cannot afford. You go to the hospital, they say, we cannot take you, or maybe they have facility that is close to them, have no resources. I think we need to look at ourselves. I thought COVID-19 was going to be a leveler for the nation. Even the president goes out for medical checkup. If you go to the clinic, the Abuja, is it the clinic or the State House clinic? Look at the equipment. We have the doctors. Nigerians are some of the best doctors in the world. You can create state-of-the-art in different places. And you still have people with budget, security budget. You have different budgets that you cannot account for. And then you have, when we were growing up, you have commissioners. Commissioners were supposed to serve as advisors to governors. Now you have, governors that have 1,000, advisors. The president have 1,000. So when we are looking at the cost of governance itself, what cost is that to people? But we need to change the status quo of the health of the Nigerian women, of the health of the Nigerian child, of the health of the poor. Affordability issue now, if you go into, even the civil servants is worse hit when they put them in NHS. Some of us will go for prepaid because that's what our organization allows us. But NHS, they put them on a long queue. They are not giving certain facilities. And so what are we talking about? Paying lip service. So we need to look at where the budget allocates. But if the government of Nigeria is known for going to be signatories and coming home and not practicing or even respecting the sick. Why did you sign? You signed and then you cannot commit yourself to it. What's the point? And what are the ways that you have aligned, or what are you making? You heard also the complaint from the education sector now. You don't even know how much you have. And it's sickening to see how much you are seeing WAEC and WASC and all of that, NECO and all of that. It's not, if you go to the rural areas, Nigeria is playing with lives of people. Many young people cannot write the final exams anymore because of the cost of exams. It wasn't like that. We are leaving the stage worse than we met it, and that is a failure of governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Eniobi. Again, just reminds me of your initial rhetorical question. What sort of ancestors do you want to be? Let me come to you right now. The Hafiz Hassan Mohammed. We've talked about how we seem to be making some progress with constituency projects, but I also know what hell it raised when the ICPC came out, I think it was with the first monitoring project report, and how the National Assembly felt like, that the ICPC was picking on them. They asked questions about what was happening in the executive as well, and why it was that there wasn't so much focus. But I think that we've moved. You can confirm to us if we have or if we haven't moved from that area, where there was some resistance, whether there's a little more cooperation now. And if we finally moved, what is the next phase of, where we currently are at? What is the next thing we're looking at? Because, of course, after we've made some successes, we cannot stand there. We have to move. We have to look at the next thing in sight and what next it is that we're looking to tackle.
Okay, thank you. The resistance from the National Assembly at the beginning was quite respected. Nobody was looking into constituency project sector before until ICPC came up with the initiative. And with all the findings that we discovered, discoveries during the first phase, it was clear to the nation that there were a lot of bad things, let me just be a bit diplomatic, they were going on in the project delivery with regards to constituency projects in Nigeria. So when ICPC began to look into it, it prevented a lot of people that were benefiting unlawfully from the delivery system that time. And then some people that were not even doing the project completely, they saw the ICPC as curtailing or frustrating what they thought was just a free money for them. So,
but you've since moved forward from that, have you?
Yeah, we have. In fact, over time, the members of the National Assembly themselves have come to realize the importance and significance of what the Commission has been doing in that regard, to the extent that they themselves now even complain against their predecessors sometimes, or against contractors, or against implementing agencies over the project that they have nominated, which either were not done correctly, or there were some misdoings in the process. So it's been quite a very, very rewarding experience and rewarding exercise. We'll keep on doing it. We have understood recently that some sponsors that used to domicile their projects in a particular agency, because ICPC's attention is now on that agency, they move the projects to other agencies. That is expected, of course, but we know that we'll continue to follow this constituency project until the whole system is sanitized. And by the way, we started with just constituency projects. Of course, not even just because of the complaints of the National Assembly thinking that the ICPC was targeting them. But the Commission also realized that the constituency project budget was just about 100 billion naira per annum. Meanwhile, the executive project carries trillions and trillions. And so ICPC decided to shift, not just to shift the focus, but to also include seriously the tracking of capital project executed by the executive branch. And the vehicle for this initiative initially was Constituency Project Tracking Group, but now it has metamorphosed into Constituency and Executive Project Tracking Group. So we'll continue to follow the projects from the budget process, from the conception of whatever is the project that is going to be done, to the budgetary process, to the procurement process, to the execution, to ensure that government gets value for money.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Let me quickly come to you, Prof, and I'm going to be asking you how it is that we can keep an eye on the security vote, which you say is what we need to finally, throw the searchlight on, or at least, even if the security vote must continue to exist, how do we begin to entrench some transparency into our security spending in such a way that we get value for money?
Well, I think security issues being what they are, security matters, cannot just be divulged and discussed openly. There are interests that can take part in terms of budgeting, procurement, and utilization. The best one that can do that with some level of confidence is the National Assembly, through its oversight functions. But the problem normally is that if you leave certain things to politicians alone, they see it as a means of getting funds for campaign, for wielding more power, etc., etc. And I'm afraid of civil society organizations on this matter, because you see, we have muddled up the issue of human rights without human obligation. We want our security operatives to perform wonders to protect our lives, but the most minimum of appreciating them, sometimes some civil society organizations don't do that. So we have to look at the National Assembly, get the right people to do oversight on our security agencies. But bottom line, most of these things relies on personal conviction. If you are convinced that what is wrong, even if everybody is doing it, and what is right, even if nobody is doing it, then you are saved. But even if you get the National Assembly, the security architecture of the country, if they are not convinced to deliver, like somebody said, the entire process can be compromised. So let's get a critical mass of Nigerians who are convinced, beyond any iota of doubt, that corruption is evil, corruption is bad, we must tackle it. And that is why I said, within the system, we have a lot to do. I want to give the example of this double payment. If people are going to, let's say, Lagos from Abuja for oversight, they will get their entitlements here, but the very agency they will do oversight will take care of them. The budget for ticket, accommodation, feeding, taxi, they will only extort them. This is a very huge burden, and I'm not saying that somebody will say, university lecturer, I will do it. Because we go to convocation. I've been to several convocations. My university will give me money for taxi, accommodation, blah, blah, blah. On getting there, there is a bus to take us. There is hotel accommodation for us. So I keep wondering, why are we doing this? When I bring back the money to my university, they will say, it's not something you can refund. We have to stop. There are many things. Convince yourself they are bad. Stop it at your level. See the people you can influence and make them stop it. But all these things organizationally, we have collapsed as a nation. Our institutions are, that is why I said we have lost the concept of public service. Because when I was in the university, my lecturer told me that university service, public service means you go and make things better for other people. But today, civil service, public service is a means of getting money. That's why I said we should change the name from public service to public administration. Because the service seems to be absent. So I am saying that much as we will do a lot of work to prevent corruption, to be proactive, even to be reactive, that personal conviction to take responsibility and to convince yourself that what is right must be done, will continue to battle corruption in this country. And unless we change our attitude, we change those we can change, at our own little space, we do what is right, we have a very long way to go.
Thank you, Prof. Let me quickly come to Mr. Olariwaju Ajogbasile, and I know that the NGF was set up as a peer review mechanism. You've talked about a few transparency measures which Nigeria Governors Forum is putting in place, but then the question will be, are there really incentives? Do state governors and governments feel the pressure from their peers? It will seem that we've departed somewhat from that. Is that coming back now?
Yes, I think it's always been there and it still remains there. And that's why the mechanisms in which we use is to push and report good governance. So for example, on each of these reforms, they get briefings periodically about where they are at different stages of the reform.
Can you tell us in what area you would say you've noticed the most significant peer pressure effect?
I would say one of the biggest is transparency. And I'll take you back to the 2015 Fiscal Sustainability Plan, right? If you look at the performance of that, transparency recorded the lowest performance. But today, like I said, you have 36 states on board. So, I mean, there were probably fears of sometimes political attacks, or sometimes worries about opponents using such information against them, because again, the way, and again, another problem is how some of this information are reported, because it became an hostile relationship between sometimes the CSOs and also the government, and there was no constructive engagement. But now with the improved capacity of CSOs to properly engage with this information in a more, will I say, more diplomatic manner, they don't see any reason why not to put it out there. And also, it even makes their defense even easier so when you say, oh, there are no roads, the budget is there to show why the roads are not, or the per capita expenditures are what they are. And I wanted to just divert from that just to what you were saying about the constituency project and the issues about not meeting commitments. And that's also something I think we need to be careful about. We made commitments in health, we make commitments about meeting the certain threshold in budget, in education, climate change, and we keep making these commitments. But this doesn't translate to that increment in revenues. And you can't unilaterally increase your expenditures. Right now, the expenditure gap are being funded by deficit financing. So if your revenues are not increasing, then there's just a limit to which you can keep borrowing. And so you can never meet those commitments. So that's another a way to look at it. Yes, there's corruption, but there's also the limited leeway to expand to be able to meet the necessary the development.
Thank you very much for that. We're already been wound up, and we'll soon round down this particular session. But I want to ask if there's any question. Let's take 2 questions from the audience. I see one hand already and another hand over there. And let's take those 2 and let's be done. Please come forward. I do not have. Thank you. Your question is directed at.
Yeah, it's okay, right?
Your name and the organization you represent, and who your question is for.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ali Wali from NFIU. Actually, it's all like a recommendation and also a question at the same time. As we all know, Nigeria is a paradoxical country that is being enriched with a lot of natural resources, population, and among others. But anyway, when it comes to crime is inevitable. We can only reduce it. So I'm very happy that all the anti-corruption agencies are trying their best in order to see how they reduce the vulnerability of crime and corruption in our society. But one of our major problems in this country, to me, what I understand, is implementation. A lot of Nigerians, all of us here, I believe that we all know the challenges, we all know the disadvantages, the solutions, but when it comes to implementation, that's where the problem is. Now we had a summit, we had everything here, we have discussed about a lot of things, but what is the necessary step to put it in place? I think this should be considered also. I don't know how, but I believe there are a lot of people who are here in the right position to do so. And secondly, I think I'm giving a recommendation in the judicial system that in the implementation of anti-corruption court, because it is being observed that there are a lot of cases since 2004-15 are still pending, yet to be prosecuted. So I think by creating an anti-corruption agency so far in Nigeria, it will aid in the investigation, in the prosecution of offenders and other suspected criminals. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Garba Abdullahi. I'm from Abuja here. I represent Budget Foundation. I'm the project tracking officer in Abuja here. My questions will go directly to the project, consortium project tracking officer in ICPC. My questions goes like this. Before I start the question, I want to just give one other example or one story that had just happened just yesterday. Also, when I was staying in the evening, somebody just called me that, look, a woman just get delivered at the gate of a clinic, and the clinic is locked in Abuja here at one community, and nobody is in the clinic, and there is no equipment for it. So how do we do about it? What comes to my mind is that the cause of this is actually corruptions that causes that. And going to a constitution project, how do we get this knowledge down to the grassroots community for them to be able to hold this government accountable to deliver it? A case is just happening again in Abuja here, where one of the House representatives trained about 270 people, giving the 50 million naira was budgeted for this project, and he trained 270 people and gave them 20,000 naira. What happened to the rest of the money? And how do we follow this project and see how it has been implemented and work for the people? Thank you very much.
I think we only two questions, but if we have one more, perhaps we can accommodate one
Good afternoon. My name is Enjuma Abdullahi. I work for Ummah Support Initiative. I want to use this opportunity to thank ICPC for inviting me and to say ICPC has been doing a lot and we've partnered to track some projects in communities. But the challenge is that when you have a budget for a community, the community is usually not in the know of what is going to happen, but they are in the know when you come to track the budget. So I'm thinking maybe next time when a community is being, a project is being implemented in a community, the community should also have the budget so that when people are coming to do work in their community, they will know what is supposed to be done, and they will also track it before even ICPC will come and track it with CSO. Because in the tracking we did recently with ICPC, it is the community who is telling us that, oh, this contractor was here and this contractor was not here. So I think the budget should be shared with the community so that they also have knowledge of what's supposed to happen, not when after the project has happened, then we go to monitor. I think it is very important that also our community CBOs should be trained on how to participate in budget monitoring. And the recent work we did with ICPC revealed a whole lot of shady deals in the constituency projects. And I'm sure by the time community are involved in tracking the project, a whole lot of holes will be blocked. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So, I don't know which one. That was a contribution. But
I also say something to that.
That's Professor. ICPC. Okay. You respond to the ICPC one, but I also want the very first question, which was on and from the NFI gentleman. He said something about implementation, moving from talk to walk. I don't know if...
I think his was more for comment and recommendations than questions. But I will answer to the two gentlemen that raised questions now. For the first person that asked the question regarding sensitization of the grassroots, the benefiting communities, ICPC has, on its part, engaged robustly with benefiting communities, trying to sensitize them as to the need for them to hold the public servants accountable, be them legislators or MDS. We have done a lot of town hall meetings and radio programs and television programs in that regard. And following the constituency projects tracking exercise, we went around the entire federation, holding meetings and engaging with the local communities, sensitizing them and enlightening them as to their roles and the need for them to hold their representatives accountable, follow the projects and own the projects and manage the projects. To remove the opacity around constituency project, government projects generally, ICPC has been disaggregating our annual budget every year and posting it on the platform on our website, whereby any Nigerian that wants to know whatever project is meant to be cited in his community or his constituency, if he goes to the ICPC website, he should be able to see that. That is there. And the reason is for us to open the space, remove the black light from there so that people would see and hold public servants accountable. So even if you can't go, for instance, to the website, if you call our toll-free lines and ask 2021 budget, what is provided for in so-so constituency, that should be given to you. I think so. We've done that a lot, if I understand your question very well.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think that also he'll be able to, just as we round off now, we're going to be taking, we have 1 minute to round off, and then you can also add your thoughts to whatever it is you want to add, to want to contribute to. So, thank you for that. And I also believe that you can take his contact, as well you can meet with more of the ICPC people here and make sure that you have their details, especially as you go about your own work. Thank you so much for your contribution. So, let's quickly come to you now for your own closing comments. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that the question on implementation is something that has been on ground. Even when the anti-malaria treatment policy and so on and so forth were changed, the nutrition policy was changed, it was very, very difficult to take it down to so many states in Nigeria. So policies, there are so many policies that are not being implemented. I want to also say, because we should not leave this place deceiving ourselves, so many governors who are found wanting. I'm happy that the Chief Justice of the Federation was here. So many governors have cases to answer. They have metamorphosed and they are perambulating themselves at the National Assembly. As and that's another question to also the budget people. Those who served 8 years in their constituencies as governors, they are pensioners. And then they come to the National Assembly. They are all of that. If you have a case to answer in any place, EFCC has cases against them, ICPC has cases against them, and these people are still going scot-free. And those cases are never going to court. They haven't gone to court. That's another area that we have to. Sanctions and also justice system is not helping out. I think the method which ICPC started in engaging the constituency project brought us, when we went to the field with them, thousands of parliamentarians, they came back to the field. When you know somebody has looted, how do you get some of that money back? You can't pretend anymore. The governments of the UK or the US have come back to us and say, millions of these are in our accounts. How are we? We have to have a recovery system. Nobody is taking any word from this world. Nobody is going out of this life alive. We have an opportunity for reflection today. I think the time is now. Value reorientation. And I want to say that not all public servants are corrupt. I met a police commissioner in one of the states when we went to work, because actually there's in 24 states around the country. He said, I have never taken bribe in my life, and I have never given bribe. There are still some Nigerians doing some excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Well. I think that the very fact that we honor 3 of them today, speaks to the fact that there are still good people amongst us. So, let me come to you, Prof, for your own closing comments.
For me, I just want to make 3 comments. The first one, that we are too formal to fight corruption. We hardly tell ourselves the truth. Look, here is a very important platform. The big people, they are no longer here. We are just talking to ourselves again. You can get. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria is a very, very great country. It's a great country. How many countries, including those so-called developed, can you go to the seat of government and be talking the way we are talking? You will be missing on the way, one way or the other. So as bad as situation is with us, we are still better than many. But it can be better. That's why that's the first point I want to make, that let our leaders listen. Let them make themselves available, so that we are just, except very few of you, all of us are just commoners here. The only difference is that we are in State House, in Villa. So we are just talking what we would normally talk at the Buka. We are talking to one another and we are of little communication. The second point is that when it comes to tertiary education, tertiary system of education now, I think the National Assembly and the people responsible should look at the unnecessarily high costs of governance at that level now when it comes to budget defense. Over 900, or let me say, when you talk of federal agencies, you have about 400 of them, tertiary, one form of tertiary education or the other. They will come to Abuja with 4 or 5 persons, the registrar, the this and the this and that, they will come here to defend their budget. When simply we could do what we have been doing before, NUC, MBT, NCC will consolidate and defend the budget at once, rather than each of these people coming. Because the danger in that is that the budget now is no longer determined by any scientific analysis. The longer your leg, the fatter your budget. So it is very important that we try to make sure that we use the instruments in place to curb what we are doing. And finally, I also believe that our governors, when I say governors, I mean those who are governing us, I can understand if they oppress us, but we also oppress one another. That's what I don't understand. The poor man too is dangerous and wicked. Yes, it's not just what we receive from, if you go, just go by the way, look at these big people now. They go with Koboko and so on. If you see the ordinary corporal, the ordinary recruit on the way, who is governing or protecting a governor, if you see how he will beat on the way mercilessly a commoner like himself, simply because he's defending a big man, you will know that is just a symbol. That's just telling you what the more we are also contributing greatly. Those so-called commoners are contributing to corruption by not asking the right question and by also demanding for what they are not entitled to. So I believe we need to hold public officers responsible by not putting undue pressure on them, by not making them do what they would otherwise not have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much for your contribution. I'll start with Prof and then I'll come to you last. So, Prof?
All right, thank you. My intention is to add to the discussion regarding constituency projects, because he asked, they said they have a budget to empower, but he didn't pay them the right amount of money. And that is why I did a lot of write-up and research on these constituency projects. The advocacy by civil society organizations should now be, even if there will be constituency project, it shouldn't be on empowerment. It should be something tangible, concrete, that can be seen and touched. Because if you say you are training, you are giving palliative, they cannot be seen. So we have spoken with the ICPC. Anybody who's going to put constituency project should be a physical project. That's number one. Number two, there is talk going on now to ensure that constituency project, as we know it today, is taken away from the National Assembly, because it's an executive function, not legislative. They should have no business, in terms of project conception and implementation. Their one is legislation oversight. But because the people, only respect what they see physically. So the Vice President said, you can come and nominate project, the executive will do it, but it will be announced that you are the one who did it, and in fact we can put your name there. So that your constituency comes to know that you are the one who is responsible. So that you are detached from the money aspect of it. The final contribution I want to make is that, frankly speaking, this country can only be served by collective responsibility of each and every one. This issue of what's coming, some of us are even getting tired. We've been here since 2015, locally and internationally we are talking, which is not bad. But then, assuming that government or the president, vice president will solve the problem, will simply be counterintuitive. We should know that every single one of us at our personal level have a contribution to make, and without that contribution, is a minus in the fight against corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much for your contribution there. So I'll come to you now, Mr. Ajogbasile, for your own final words.
All right, thank you very much. Just to, first of all, support the opinion, consensus opinion, Nigeria is not very, very bad. The situation has actually improved since between 2016 and now, because there are reports also that the prevalence of bribery has actually reduced significantly, and across at least 3 of the geopolitical zones, and even for the others where the things didn't change. Even where things didn't change, they didn't exactly increase so significantly. So just to support the consensus opinion that things are actually improving, and that's just talking about the prevalence of bribery. And then it still takes me back to also the point about the recruitment process of the people who get in power. There's a lot of conversations we can have around the electoral process and all of that, but the bigger question is, that is one of the key accountability mechanisms that we have as citizens. ICPC, NFI, yes, they're doing their job, but situations like what Madam reference to, whereby you have recycling and then people go through another system to beat the process of conviction and all that, it can only be corrected through that process of ensuring that certain things you are not okay with don't happen. So that process needs to be looked at. And in terms of constituency project, I also think things are gradually, and now I talk about even projects generally of government. I think monitoring and evaluation of projects are gradually improving. In Kaduna, you have the Kaduna Eyes and Ears. And I think that's something even every state government and even federal government should look at. And this is a situation whereby citizens can actually have a direct communication link with the government. So you talked about what happened in you saw a hospital law. How was it easy for you to communicate to government and get action done? That speaks to implementation. You've seen, you've monitored. How do you get action to meet the results of your monitoring immediately? So there must be very quick action mechanisms in place to help us deliver that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to thank...
Sorry, can I just quickly say something with regards to what the other person said?
Okay, yes, well, 30 seconds.
Yes, please. He talked about a hospital where a lady gave birth at, yes, perhaps I didn't understand that question very well that time. Now I got it. Importantly, the Commission has some restriction with regards to workforce, so we cannot be everywhere all the time. We can't even monitor all the projects that are in any budget cycle. However, wherever any citizen notices a problem in the implementation of any project, he should please help us and either write to the Commission or just a phone call. We'll be there and we'll monitor it. We'll find out what happened there, and whoever is the culprit will definitely be sanctioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I have to thank you all. Yes, please give yourselves a round of applause. You have been very patient. We had a small tea break, but there was no tea served at that point in time. And still, you're still here. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much to my very able panelists. You've heard from Dr. Bernard Kabweze on corruption and cost of governance and recruitment. Madam Eniobi talked about corruption and cost of governance in the health sector. Professor Sadiq Rada talked about corruption and cost of governance in security spending. Professor Ishaq Olede talked about corruption and cost of governance in the education sector. Hafiz Mohammed spoke to corruption and cost of governance in the execution of constituency and executive projects.
Thank you.
And of course, Mr. Olariwaju Ojogbasile also spoke on corruption and cost of governance at subnational levels. I think that we've been able to reach a consensus today that corruption is inimical to our development, and we all suffer, we all pay for the cost of corruption. And I think that at the end of the day, the consensus, whatever it is we're able to reach here and ICPC is able to gather, we sincerely hope that it moves to implementation. We are here as Media for Advocacy, and we'll see, hopefully, when the 4th National Summit is organized, perhaps we'll be able to report some progress from what we have been able to speak on here today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much. Please hold on a minute, the panelists. I'd like to invite the Secretary to the ICPC to to present some plaques and then the vote of thanks. He will also present the certificate of integrity to the public servants that exhibited integrity in the line of duty, the 4 public servants. Professor Shak Oloyede. Mrs. Anna Obi.
We are free to go.
Obi Okaru, Esquire. Hafiz Mohammed. Dr. Ben Akabeze he has already left.
What about the moderator? The moderator doesn't. Huh? What about the moderator?
The certificates of integrity, if I call your name, please come up here. Okoli Elizabeth Okamaka. Sebastian Senke Zumlong. Ifalolu Stephen Ifabi. Umar Adamu Soho.
Representative of Steve Wiki. Okay.
Next person. The representative of Ikenna, Steve Weke. Representative. Okay, and that one too. Let me now invite the Secretary to ICPC to give the vote of thanks.
all other protocols are duly and respectively observed. On behalf of the board, the management, and the staff of the ICPC, I wish to sincerely thank Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria for honoring our invitation for the third time and to present this year's Public Service Integrity Award to the two deserving Nigerians, and also to recognize a Nigerian who has exhibited act of integrity away from Nigeria. We thank you very much for your support and leadership in instilling culture of integrity in our youth and the public service in general. Our appreciation goes to the Senate President, ably represented, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, our co-host, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Head of Service of the Federation, the Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Federal Capital Territory, the keynote speaker also deserves special mention, that is the Minister of Finance, Haja Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, for setting the ground rolling. We thank you, Ma, for your support. Our panelists, the moderator, and all those that contributed in making this event a success, we thank you very much. The awardees, their guests, the media, rapporteurs, ushers, we are all grateful. We appreciate your support to the Commission. Finally, I wish to thank every other person who made it a duty to attend and honor this our invitation for their support, and we wish everybody safe journey back to his destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, moderator and panelists. Please, just some little housekeeping announcement. Lunch is ready for the moderator and panelists. This door, we use this door. Honorable members of the ICPC, the same door. Service chiefs or their representatives here present, same door here, please. This door, this first door. Yes. Then the rest of us, please. This category will go through this door here. There's a small place for them to stay here. Then there's a bigger space, much more comfortable and more spacious for the rest of us using the other exit. Thank you.